Beneath the surface of our familiar world, beyond the reach of sunlight and the boundaries of human curiosity, lies a hidden network that may rewrite everything we think we know about ancient history. For centuries, legends have whispered of tunnels that stretch across continents, vast subterranean highways said to link the great sacred sites of our planet. Pyramids, temples, and megalithic monuments, separated by oceans and time, might all share a connection not visible from the sky, but carved deep beneath the earth itself. It sounds impossible, a fantasy born of myth and imagination, yet fragments of evidence scattered across the globe suggest otherwise. Every civilization, from the Mayans to the Egyptians, from the Tibetans to the Celts, has told stories of beings who came from underground or vanished into it. There are myths of gods and kings descending into the underworld, secret chambers beneath temples, and labyrinths that lead to forgotten realms. What if these tales were not metaphors but memories, echoes of a time when humanity's greatest mysteries were literally buried beneath our feet? This is not just a story of caves and tunnels. It is a story of power, secrecy, and the possibility that the remnants of an ancient global civilization may still lie hidden in the darkness below. Our journey begins with a question that has haunted explorers and archaeologists alike. Could the world's most enigmatic ancient sites be connected by a single underground system? Imagine a tunnel starting beneath the sand of Egypt, traveling under oceans, winding through the Andes, emerging beneath temples in India, and vanishing again beneath the frozen peaks of Tibet. It seems unthinkable, but in recent decades, discoveries from radar scans, lost explorer journals, and even declassified government documents have revealed one consistent theme. The deeper we dig, the stranger our world becomes. In 2015, archaeologists discovered a tunnel filled with liquid mercury beneath the Pyramid of the Feathered Serpent in Teotihuacan, Mexico. In Turkey, the underground city of Derinkuyu was found to descend over 280 feet into the ground, capable of housing 20,000 people. Beneath Malta, chambers resonate with low-frequency sounds that seem designed for something beyond human ritual. These are not isolated anomalies. They form a pattern that challenges the conventional timeline of human civilization. Throughout this documentary, we will follow the traces of an invisible network, a network hinted at in myths, carved in stone and concealed beneath centuries of earth and silence. We will explore the forbidden tunnels beneath ancient temples, the lost maps of 19th century explorers who vanished without explanation, and the theories of researchers who claim these subterranean passages once connected the power centers of a forgotten world. From the deserts of Egypt to the mountains of Tibet, from the jungles of South America to the frozen edge of Antarctica, every discovery brings us closer to one haunting possibility, that an advanced civilization once used the earth itself as its canvas, carving through continents in ways we are only beginning to rediscover. But this is more than archaeology. It is a confrontation with our own origins. If these caves and tunnels truly form a global system, who built them, and why? Were they shelters from ancient cataclysms, pathways of spiritual initiation, or the remnants of something far more extraordinary, something deliberately hidden from the surface world? As we descend into the dark heart of this mystery, we will encounter forbidden research, suppressed discoveries, and whispers of civilizations that existed before recorded history. Scientists, explorers, and truth seekers around the world have risked their reputations, even their lives, to reveal what lies beneath. Some believe these networks were constructed by our distant ancestors. Others insist they were inherited from beings not entirely human. What you are about to witness challenges not just archaeology, but the very story of humanity itself. The evidence is there, scattered across continents, buried under ruins, encoded in myth. This is a journey through darkness, not to escape from it, but to find a light of understanding waiting within. The caves have always been there, silent, patient, holding secrets that have waited thousands of years to be heard again. As we begin this descent, one question will follow us through every twist and tunnel. Are these just ancient constructions, or the traces of a world that still breathes beneath our own? Welcome to the mystery that started it all, the hidden network beneath our feet, and the truth it refuses to let go. Long before satellites mapped the surface of our planet, before explorers crossed the oceans, whispers circulated among ancient peoples about hidden paths that ran beneath the earth. In almost every corner of the world, from the caves of Cappadocia to the jungles of Mesoamerica, Stories have been told of secret tunnels that link sacred places together, routes used by gods, kings, and spirits to travel unseen. These whispers were not isolated tales but recurring echoes, repeated across thousands of miles and centuries of time, describing something astonishingly similar. A vast network beneath the ground that connected the most powerful and mysterious sites on Earth. It begins with the myths. The Hopi of North America spoke of the Ant People, benevolent beings who led their ancestors into the underground world during a time of cataclysm on the surface. In the Andes, the Quechua people told of chincanas, tunnels that stretched for miles beneath Cusco, linking temples and fortresses. In the Mediterranean, the Greeks imagined the labyrinth of Crete, a twisting maze built not only as a prison for Minotaur, but also as a symbol of secret knowledge hidden below the world of men. Half a world away, Hindu texts described the Patala, a subterranean realm filled with serpentine beings, luminous stones, and vast cities beneath the Himalayas. Even in the cold of northern Europe, Celtic legend spoke of hollow hills and underground kingdoms which ought the day Dan and retreated when they vanished from the surface. The consistency of these tales raises an unsettling question. How did cultures with no contact or shared language describe such similar ideas of hidden pathways below? Could this be coincidence? Or are these stories fragments of a common memory, an ancient truth preserved through myth? When archaeologists began to explore beneath temples, pyramids, and ruins, they started finding hints that the stories might not be entirely symbolic. In 1892, a Jesuit priest in Ecuador wrote of entering a cavern system so vast it seemed endless, its walls lined with strange metallic carvings and geometric patterns that did not match any known indigenous culture. He claimed the locals called it Teos, a sacred cave guarded by secrecy. A few years later, British explorers reported discovering tunnels beneath the Egyptian desert, extending far beyond what maps recorded, passages too uniform and smooth to be natural. In 1902, miners in the American Southwest broke through a wall and stumbled into chambers filled with ancient artifacts, prompting local legends of giant tunnels connecting to the Grand Canyon itself. Each report, dismissed or forgotten, added another faint thread to a growing pattern. Local legends around these sites have always hinted at forbidden connections. The Maltese spoke of tunnels running from the hypogeum all the way to other islands. The people of Peru warned the travelers who entered the tunnels beneath Sacsayhuaman and never returned. In India, some monks believe that secret corridors beneath ancient monasteries lead toward hidden valleys of knowledge. When taken individually, such stories sound like folklore, but when collected globally, they suggest something more, a shared cultural memory of a world interconnected below the surface. Even ancient maps seem a hint at the existence of hidden routes. On certain medieval world maps, strange lines and serpentine markings trace the continents, not rivers or mountain ranges, but something that appears to slither beneath them. The Dogon people of Mali, long before modern geography, drew ritual diagrams showing lines of energy between sacred hills, claiming they represented the veins of the earth. These may not have been literal tunnels, but symbolic reflections of an awareness that the earth itself was alive, threaded with channels of power, pathways both physical and spiritual. As explorers and historians began to take these legends seriously, they noticed recurring language across cultures: serpent paths, underworld roads, veins of the earth, and the ways of the gods. It was as if humanity had once known of something monumental, a planetary system of subterranean routes, and preserved its memory through allegory after the surface world forgot. Yet the deeper question remains: were these truly physical tunnels carved by ancient hands, or something metaphysical, routes of energy and spirit later confused with stone corridors? Some researchers argue that both may be true. They propose that ancient builders sought to mirror the Earth's energetic grid through their architecture, carving tunnels at points where geomagnetic anomalies converge. Others suggest a simpler but no less astonishing possibility: that early civilizations were far more connected than we have ever imagined, using these passageways as trade routes, escape corridors, or ritual spaces thousands of years before modern history began. Skeptics dismiss the idea, pointing to the lack of continuous physical evidence. But even mainstream archaeology acknowledges that enormous portions of the world remain unexplored beneath the ground. Vast cave systems stretch for hundreds of kilometers under Asia, Europe, and the Americas, many still uncharted. In some regions, local authorities have quietly restricted access after strange findings. Tunnels that lead nowhere, walls carved smooth by unknown tools, or sudden collapses that reveal hollow chambers below entire ruins. These scattered clues, myth, map, and material paint the same haunting image, an ancient world where humanity's most sacred sites may have been linked by something hidden and monumental. Perhaps these underground networks were once the arteries of a global civilization, long before our recorded history began. Or perhaps they served a deeper purpose, one that blurred the line between the spiritual and the physical, between the world of the living and the realm of the gods. The whispers of the past are growing louder. The next step in our journey will take us from myth to history, to a forgotten expedition that may have stumbled upon the first undeniable proof that the ancient cave network was not legend, but reality. In the final years of the 19th century, as empires stretched across continents and explorers raced to chart the last blank spaces on the map, one obscure expedition set out on a journey that would soon vanish into the mists of forgotten history. It began quietly, almost accidentally, in 1899, an expedition that today is rarely mentioned in official records, yet in the scattered fragments that survive, it hints at one of the most extraordinary discoveries ever made. The men who embarked on it believed they were tracing a myth. What they may have found was evidence of a global network beneath the earth itself. Their story, though shrouded in loss and rumor, remains one of the earliest documented encounters with the mystery of the interconnected cave systems that may link ancient sites worldwide. The tale begins in London, in a dimly lit room of the Royal Geographical Society, where a small group of scholars, adventurers, and financiers met to discuss rumors filtering in from the Middle East. Traders and missionaries in Egypt had spoken of tunnels beneath the desert, tunnels so vast that a man could walk for days without seeing daylight. Some claimed these passages connected to ancient burial chambers near Hira. Others whispered they led to unknown chambers beneath the pyramids themselves. Among the attendees was a British archaeologist named Jonathan Whitby, a quiet man obsessed with Herodotus' lost labyrinth of Egypt. Whitby believed the labyrinth was not merely a temple complex, but an entrance to a system extending across Africa and beyond. Whitby's obsession found funding from an eccentric nobleman, Lord Harrington, whose fascination with occult geography bordered on madness. Together, with a team of 6 men, an engineer, 2 laborers, a scribe, a photographer, and a local guide, they departed for Egypt in late October 1899. Officially, the expedition's purpose was to conduct geological surveys near the Fayum oasis. Unofficially, Whitby's diary reveals their true goal: to locate the entrance to the underworld as described by the ancients and to trace its passage if such a thing exists. For weeks they searched near Hira, mapping collapsed corridors and flooded chambers. Then, according to surviving notes, they made a discovery that would change everything. On December 12th, after clearing debris near a previously unexplored shaft, they uncovered a smooth, circular opening, its walls carved from stone harder than granite, perfectly symmetrical, and showing no tool marks consistent with known Egyptian methods. The air that flowed from the shaft was cool and dry, carrying with it a faint metallic scent. When they lowered a lantern, the light disappeared into blackness that seemed endless. 3 of the men descended first, Whitby, the engineer, and the local guide. They recorded that the shaft led to a horizontal tunnel, large enough for 2 men to walk abreast. The walls etched with what Whitby described as patterns of a language unknown, resembling both cuneiform and hieroglyph, but neither. The tunnel extended for at least 2 miles before dividing into 3 separate paths. In his journal, Whitby wrote one haunting line: "It is as though the earth itself has been hollowed with intent." What happened next is uncertain. The expedition's written record ends abruptly after December 17th. In January 1900, a rescue party funded by Harrington located the encampment. Abandoned, only the scribe remained, delirious and near death, claiming the others had followed a resonant humming deeper into the tunnels and never returned. He spoke of echoes that seemed to respond intelligently, of flickering blue lights in the dark, and of doors that opened without touch. His account was dismissed as madness. The British authorities sealed the site, citing safety concerns, and within a month the area was buried under sand. Whitby's surviving notes were confiscated by the Egyptian Antiquities Service and never released. Lord Harrington withdrew from public life, and reportedly destroyed all correspondence relating to the mission. Yet fragments of the story resurfaced in obscure journals of the time. A 1901 issue of the London Chronicle briefly mentioned an unauthorized dig leading to a subterranean catastrophe near Hoira, while a French periodical referred cryptically to the Englishman who found the road of the ancients. For decades, the story lay dormant, dismissed as colonial exaggeration or the fevered imagination of treasure hunters. But in the 1960s, a rediscovered letter in a private collection reignited curiosity. The letter, written by a descendant of Lord Harrington, described family rumors of maps that showed tunnels beneath Africa, running beneath the sea toward Arabia. No such maps have ever been found, but the handwriting matched records of Harrington's estate. Modern researchers who have revisited the region have found hints that something indeed lies beneath the sands. Ground-penetrating radar surveys near Hoira reveal complex voids and straight lines deep below the surface, features inconsistent with natural caves. Some geologists speculate they could be collapsed aqueducts or burial complexes, but others quietly suggest they might be remnants of the structure Whitby described. The forgotten expedition of 1899 remains an enigma, a story half lost to time, half buried beneath shifting desert sands. Yet it marks the first documented instance of explorers claiming to find evidence of a constructed, intentional subterranean system stretching far beyond any known civilization's capabilities. Its disappearance only deepens the mystery. Did Whitby's team truly find the entrance to a global network linking the world's ancient sites, or did they simply vanish into coincidence and fear? What is certain is that their journey sparked something that has not faded in over a century, a quiet but persistent suspicion that the surface of our planet hides far more than we dare to imagine. And as the 20th century dawned, others would take up Whitby's torch, following the faint traces of tunnels that seem to whisper from beneath the earth. In the next step of this story, the focus shifts from a single lost expedition to the wider question of why ancient peoples built downward into darkness and what they might have been trying to protect or preserve beneath the soil of time. Across every continent and through every era of recorded history, one consistent pattern emerges. Civilizations that turn their gaze downward, carving into the earth as if drawn by some ancient instinct. Long before skyscrapers rose toward the sky, our ancestors built downward, creating intricate labyrinths, subterranean sanctuaries, and cities buried in stone. The reasons they did so are as diverse as the cultures themselves. Protection, worship, preservation, initiation, or something deeper, something that might hint at a lost understanding of the Earth's hidden powers. The deeper archaeologists dig, the clearer it becomes that these underground structures were not random shelters, but carefully designed environments with purposes still not entirely understood. To begin with, there is the most obvious motivation: protection. The Earth offered safety in times of conflict and climate catastrophe. From Cappadocia in modern-day Turkey to the Andes in South America, early humans sought refuge in the ground. The caves provided insulation from heat and cold and concealment from invading armies or natural disasters. Yet, while some of these subterranean constructions can be explained as defensive, many others were clearly not built for mere survival. They exhibit architectural sophistication, acoustic engineering, and spiritual symbolism that suggests something far beyond simple refuge. Consider the underground complexes in Anatolia. Derinkuyu and Kemakli are often described as cities beneath the earth, descending multiple levels deep. Passages are narrow and twisting, but the chambers open into vast halls with air shafts and water wells perfectly positioned to sustain life for years. What's fascinating is that these cities appear to have been connected to each other by long tunnels that extend for miles through volcanic rock, following geometric precision. Some archaeologists argue that their scale implies a coordinated regional effort, possibly linking communities over great distances. But who planned such immense works thousands of years ago, and why hide entire populations underground if no external threat was present? In the Mediterranean, the island of Malta presents an even deeper enigma. The Hal Saflieni hypogeum, dating back more than 5,000 years, is not a refuge but a temple complex carved in 3 levels beneath the ground. The architecture mimics structures built above. Yet here, everything is enveloped in darkness. In one chamber, Sound frequencies around 110 Hz resonate so strongly that the human body vibrates when someone chants or speaks. Modern researchers have tested these frequencies and found they can alter brain activity, inducing trance-like states. Whoever built this temple understood the science of sound and stone interaction, knowledge we have only recently rediscovered. Why build such a space underground? The answer may lie in the ancient belief that caves in the underworld were gateways between realms, the threshold where the physical and the spiritual worlds meet. In Asia, the same idea reappears. The Ajanta and Ellora caves in India were carved into basalt cliffs with a precision that defies explanation, forming entire monasteries and temples underground. These were not random dwellings. They were spiritual ecosystems. The descent into darkness symbolized purification and rebirth, a physical and metaphysical journey inward. Ancient Hindu and Buddhist texts describe the subterranean world as Patala, inhabited by Naga, serpent-like beings who guard sacred wisdom and treasures. Monks believed meditating deep within these spaces allowed them to reach closer to enlightenment, shielded from the noise and illusion of the surface world. The further one descended, the closer one came to the divine source beneath creation itself. In Central and South America, the pattern continues. The Mayans built temples above ground aligned with celestial events, yet beneath their cities lie endless caverns filled with offerings and bones. They believed the caves were entrances to Xibalba, the underworld of trials and transformation. Rituals held in these spaces were not about death, but about communion, about entering the womb of the earth to be spiritually reborn. Some of these caves, like those beneath Teotihuacan, were modified with walls of mica and traces of mercury, substances with reflective and electrical properties. The Mayans, and possibly even earlier cultures, may have believed these materials amplified energy or served as conduits between the earthly and the divine. But protection and spirituality were not the only reasons for going underground. There is evidence that many of these structures functioned as repositories of knowledge and technology. In Egypt, myths tell of a hall of records hidden beneath the Sphinx, a library of lost wisdom preserved from a cataclysmic past. Whether literal or symbolic, the story reflects a pattern seen worldwide. Sacred information being hidden underground, safe from floods, fires, or forgetfulness of time. Even in the Andes, legends of the Incan tunnels beneath Cusco speak of hidden chambers filled with gold and talking stones that stored the voices of the ancestors. Modern researchers have begun to suspect that ancient peoples may have understood the Earth's electromagnetic properties in ways we do not. Many cave temples and underground chambers are located along what are now known as geomagnetic anomalies, points where the Earth's magnetic field is stronger or more turbulent. These areas have measurable effects on the human nervous system, sometimes producing sensations of awe or transcendence. It is possible that ancient builders chose these sites intentionally, constructing underground spaces to harness and amplify natural energies for healing, meditation, or communication. There is also the psychological dimension. The descent into the earth has always symbolized a journey into the self, a confrontation with the unknown. In nearly every initiation rite from ancient Egypt to the mystery schools of Greece, the initiate entered darkness, faced symbolic death, and re-emerged transformed. The cave was the perfect theater for such transformation. It represented both tomb and womb, the end and the beginning. The walls, painted with cosmic symbols and stories of creation, echoed with chants that guided initiates through the process of spiritual awakening. The entire ritual was designed to remind humanity of its connection to the planet, a bond we have nearly forgotten. When we examine the global map of subterranean structures, a strange truth becomes evident. These underground systems are often found near the most sacred and powerful sites of ancient civilization. It is as though the ancients built both above and below, mirroring heaven and earth. The pyramids, temples, and monuments we see today may be only the visible half of their creations. The upper layer is something far deeper, hidden intentionally below. Why, then, did so many ancient peoples commit enormous effort to build beneath the ground? Was it merely symbolism and shelter, or something more? Perhaps they were preserving a legacy from an even earlier epoch, knowledge inherited from a civilization that already understood how to manipulate the earth itself. Some esoteric traditions suggest these underground networks were not just temples or hiding places, but components of a planet-wide system. channels of energy or communication connecting distant centers of wisdom. As we look deeper into the pattern, the line between myth and reality begins to blur. The caves of the ancients were not accidental. They were deliberate, purposeful, and filled with meaning. Each one is a doorway into a forgotten chapter of human consciousness, a record carved in silence and stone. The question is not whether ancient people built downward, but what or who they were reaching from the darkness below. And that brings us to the next stage of our exploration, to examine one of the most astonishing examples of subterranean architecture ever discovered, an underground city so vast, so perfectly engineered, that it challenges everything we know about the capabilities of early civilizations. It is a city that should not exist, and yet it does. Beneath the old world, under the soil of Europe and the Near East, lies structures so ancient, so meticulously engineered, that they defy the limits of what archaeology comfortably accepts. These are not ordinary caves. They are monumental undertakings, carved by unknown hands thousands of years ago. Across the continent, from the volcanic plains of Anatolia to the limestone heart of the Mediterranean, ancient peoples constructed entire worlds beneath the ground, labyrinths of stone that mirror the societies above, yet remain shrouded in silence and darkness. Each of these subterranean sanctuaries tells a story not only of human endurance, but of purpose, ritualistic, scientific, and perhaps even cosmic. Their alignment, precision, and symbolism suggest a shared intelligence that crossed borders long before our modern civilizations began. The old world's underground architecture begins, quite literally, in the heart of Asia Minor, modern-day Turkey. Beneath the soft volcanic terrain of Cappadocia lies a network of subterranean cities that stretch for hundreds of miles. Some estimates suggest there may be as many as 200 of these complexes, ranging from small shelters to vast urban labyrinths. Their most famous, Derinkuyu, plunges more than 280 feet below the surface. It could shelter entire populations, over 20,000 people, complete with stables, kitchens, wine cellars, schools, and even chapels. Stone doors weighing several tons could be rolled across passageways to seal the city from within. Air shafts and wells provided ventilation and water, ensuring survival for months, even years, underground. And yet, despite all its engineering sophistication, no one knows who built it. The earliest written references appear only in Byzantine texts thousands of years after its likely construction. How did people of the distant past carve through volcanic rock with such precision and scale, and for what purpose? Mainstream archaeologists suggest these underground cities were carved during the early first millennium BC, likely for refuge from invasions. But some of the tunnels show signs of having been much older, later expanded by successive cultures. The smoothness of the walls, the geometric accuracy of the ventilation shafts, and a lack of tool marks raise unsettling questions about the technology available at the time. Was Derinkuyu a Byzantine refuge, or was it the restoration of something far older, inherited from a forgotten epic? Legends among the local people speak of beings who came from the stars and disappeared beneath the ground after teaching humanity the arts of metal and stone. To the villagers, these stories are simply folklore, but to those who study ancient mysteries, they are possible fragments of truth about the world's first builders. Moving westward, the island of Malta holds another enigma, the House of Flini Hypogeum, discovered accidentally in 1902 during construction work. This three-level underground complex has baffled researchers ever since. The hypogeum dates to roughly 4000 BC, placing alongside or even before the construction of Egyptian pyramids. Carved entirely by hand from solid limestone, it descends through chambers aligned with exact geometric symmetry. The walls are not rough or primitive. They are smooth, curved, and meticulously planned. Inside the oracle room, sound experiments have shown that a human voice resonates precisely at 110 Hz, a frequency that affects the brain's temporal lobe, potentially inducing altered states of consciousness. This is not an accident. Ancient builders intentionally shaped the chamber to amplify and sustain sound, suggesting they understood acoustic engineering at a level that modern science is only beginning to rediscover. But the hypogeum hides darker secrets. During early excavations, explorers reported finding the skeletons of more than 7,000 individuals, many with elongated skulls. Some of these remains vanished from museum archives during the 20th century, fueling speculation and conspiracy. Local legends tell of a group of explorers who entered the lower levels of the hypogeum in the 1940s and never returned. The tunnels were said to extend far beyond the mapped chambers, connecting, according to some, to other islands or even to mainland Europe. After this incident, authorities sealed the lowest levels, and access has remained restricted ever since. Whether these stories are embellished or not, they have cemented the hypogeum's reputation as one of the most mysterious sites on Earth. Malta's hypogeum is not alone. Across the Mediterranean, similar subterranean sanctuaries appear, some used for burials, others for ritual, and many for reasons we still cannot explain. In Italy, the Etruscans built necropolises resembling miniature cities underground, with roads, doorways, and chambers carved into the rock. In Greece, the Oracle of Trophonius was located in a cave where initiates underwent terrifying rituals of descent and rebirth. Pilgrims described entering a narrow passage, losing consciousness, and emerging days later claiming to have received divine visions. Such experiences mirror rites found in other ancient cultures, suggesting that the act of going underground was not simply practical, but profoundly spiritual, an engineered journey between worlds. Further north, under the plains of France and the British Isles, archaeologists have unearthed miles of interconnected tunnels known as Erdstall. These passages, often less than a meter high, date back thousands of years and appear throughout Central Europe. Their purpose is unknown. Too small for habitation, too deliberate to be random. Some lead directly beneath megalithic sites like Stonehenge or Karnak, hinting at a connection between surface monuments and subterranean networks. Were these passageways part of a sacred landscape, linking temples above to energy point below? Or were they remnants of forgotten infrastructure, built in an era when ancient peoples moved through the earth as easily as across its surface? Throughout the Old World, these subterranean sanctuaries share striking similarities: orientation, precision, and symbolic descent. The deeper one goes, the more the architecture shifts from the human to the cosmic. Spiral carvings, sun discs, and serpentine motifs appear everywhere, as if to remind those who enter that they were passing to the veins of the earth itself. Many of these tunnels align with ancient ley lines, geometric pathways that connect sacred sites like Giza, Delphi, and Stonehenge. It is as if the builders understood not only geography, but the energetic structure of the planet. Science struggles to explain these parallels. How did cultures separated by thousands of miles and centuries design their subterranean worlds in such similar ways? Some researchers suggest shared necessity, the universal instinct to seek safety underground. Others, however, propose a bolder theory, that an older, advanced culture once spread across these regions, teaching early humans the art of building within the earth itself. If so, the old world's caves and tunnels may be surviving fragments of a civilization far older than history remembers. What unites all these sites is a profound sense of intention. None of them were accidental or improvised. They were built to endure, to conceal, and to communicate. Each one seems to whisper of a forgotten connection, of a time when humanity looked not to the stars for gods, but beneath the soil. The sanctuaries of the old world remind us that the ancients may have known the earth not as a passive stage for human life, but as a living being, a vessel with pathways, energies, and secrets waiting to be rediscovered. And yet, among all these subterranean wonders, one stands above the rest in scale and mystery: the vast underground city of Derinkuyu. Its origin is shrouded in myth, its architecture unmatched, its purpose debated even today. In the next chapter, we will descend into its shadowy depths to confront the impossible, a city carved beneath the earth that modern science cannot fully explain. Deep in the heart of central Anatolia, in the rugged volcanic landscape of Cappadocia, lies a door into the underworld, a passage into a city that defies explanation. Locals call it Derinkuyu, the Deep Well, but that simple name hides one of humanity's greatest enigmas. Beneath the quiet modern town lies a colossal subterranean metropolis stretching nearly 280 feet below ground, with over 18 levels of chambers, passages, wells, and corridors carved directly into soft volcanic rock. Derinkuyu is not just a cave. It is an engineered masterpiece, so vast, so deliberate, and so sophisticated that modern engineers still struggle to comprehend how it could have been built with ancient tools thousands of years ago. When Derinkuyu was rediscovered in 1963, it was purely by accident. A local man renovating his home knocked down a wall in his basement, only to reveal a hidden room, and beyond that, a descending tunnel. As officials and archaeologists followed his discovery, they uncovered a labyrinthine network of tunnels that seemed to go on forever, connecting to entire complexes, staircases, and halls deep below the surface. What began as a curious domestic renovation turned into one of the most extraordinary archaeological revelations of the 20th century. The sheer scope of Derinkuyu is staggering. Archaeologists have mapped levels descending deeper than any known ancient underground site, with entire living systems engineered into the rock. There were ventilation shafts for clean air, wells that supplied fresh water, and complex passageways designed with tactical precision, some wide enough for animals, others so narrow that only one person could pass through at a time, making defense easier against invaders. Stone doors, circular slabs weighing up to 1,000 kilograms, could be rolled into place on the inside, sealing off entire corridors. The builders clearly understood airflow, pressure, and structure. This was not a series of caves adapted for use. It was an underground world meticulously carved with purpose and foresight. Mainstream historians often attribute Derinkuyu's construction to the Phrygians, a Bronze Age civilization active around 1200 BCE. But this explanation leaves more questions than answers. The Phrygians left behind above-ground architecture that was comparatively primitive, with no signs of the complex engineering knowledge required to design a multi-level subterranean city. Moreover, radiocarbon and tool mark analyses suggest that parts of Derinkuyu may date back to 7000 BC or earlier, long before the rise of the Phrygians or any recorded Anatolian kingdom. The absence of soot on many of the ceilings, where torches would have been used for light, also implies the use of a non-traditional illumination method, possibly involving reflective surfaces or some unknown chemical source of light. This anomaly has fueled alternative theories that range from the controversial to the extraordinary. Some researchers propose that Derinkuyu was built by an earlier, forgotten civilization, one that possessed advanced geological and architectural knowledge. Others claim that the city was not originally intended for human habitation at all, but as a refuge from something catastrophic: floods, war, radiation, or even celestial events. One particularly fascinating hypothesis suggests that Derinkuyu's immense depth and sealing mechanisms were designed to protect its inhabitants from intense surface-level phenomena, such as solar flares or asteroid impacts. Could it be that Derinkuyu's builders were survivors of a cataclysm that erased their civilization, leaving only whispers of their technology and intent? Legends from the region seem to hint at exactly that. Ancient Anatolian myths tell of a time when the sun burned the earth, and people fled underground to escape destruction. The Hittite texts, predating the Phrygians, speak of the people of the deep, who emerged from beneath the ground bringing metal, fire, and wisdom. Local oral tradition, preserved for centuries, refers to Derinkuyu as a refuge built by those who came from the sky and returned beneath the earth. Whether these accounts describe alien visitors, divine beings, or simply ancestors of great technological prowess, they point to a time when underground life was not an anomaly, but a necessity. Inside Derinkuyu, traces of ritualistic behavior and religious symbolism add further intrigue. In the lowest levels, archaeologists found a massive circular chamber believed to have served as a temple or meeting hall. Its acoustics are perfect, allowing whispers to echo like voices from beyond. Carvings and geometric symbols etched into the walls bear striking resemblance to iconography found in Egypt, Malta, and South America, regions supposedly unconnected to ancient Anatolia. Some researchers note that the spirals, suns, and serpentine patterns found here correspond to global symbols representing energy, renewal, and the movement of the Earth's life force. Could Derinkuyu have been not just a shelter, but a spiritual center, a node in a planetary network of sacred sites? The city's design itself supports this possibility. When viewed from above in modern digital models, Derinkuyu's layout formed concentric circles, resembling a mandala or energy vortex. The main air shafts align almost perfectly with celestial points, including the path of the solstices. Such precision suggests astronomical awareness, something rarely attributed to prehistoric builders. Similar alignments have been found at other ancient structures across the world, from Stonehenge to the pyramids of Giza, implying that Derinkuyu may have been part of a larger global pattern. Yet, for all its wonders, vast portions of Derinkuyu remain unexplored or sealed. The Turkish government has restricted access to deeper levels, citing safety concerns. Some who have ventured beyond the tourist-accessible areas report hearing deep mechanical hums, feeling vibrations, or sensing unusual air pressure changes, phenomena unexplained by natural geology. Researchers using ground-penetrating radar have detected further extensions beneath the known structure, possibly connecting Derinkuyu to other underground cities in Cappadocia, such as Kaymakli and Ozganak. If confirmed, these connections will form a subterranean network spanning over 50 miles, capable of sheltering hundreds of thousands of people. Such complexity raises profound questions. Who coordinated construction of such an immense project, and why? No inscriptions, no written records, and no royal marks have ever been found. Derinkuyu stands as a silent monument to a people who left no name, no known history, only a masterpiece of engineering buried in darkness. It's as if the builders wanted to hide not just themselves, but their entire existence from the surface world. Some independent researchers, including geologists and ancient technology theorists, argue that Derinkuyu could predate the last ice age. They point to erosion patterns and rock hardness variations, suggesting that some chambers were shaped when a region's volcanic material was still soft, potentially more than 12,000 years ago. That timeline places its origin near the end of the Younger Dryas period, a time when massive climate changes and global flooding events reshaped the Earth. If Derinkuyu truly dates to that era, it could have been a refuge for survivors of a prehistoric catastrophe, built to withstand the chaos that wiped out much of early human civilization. Whatever its true age or purpose, Derinkuyu embodies a fusion of mystery and mastery. It demonstrates that our ancestors, or perhaps their predecessors, were capable of extraordinary feats beneath the surface of the Earth. Every corridor, chamber, and doorway carved into its depths challenges our understanding of human history and raises an unsettling possibility that the story of civilization may have started not above ground, but below it. As we ascend from Derinkuyu's shadowed depths, one realization becomes inescapable. This was not an isolated phenomenon. Across the globe, thousands of miles away, another network of tunnels exists beneath the deserts of Egypt, echoing the same architectural logic, the same secrecy, and perhaps the same origin. Our journey now turns to those sands, where beneath the grandeur of the pyramids, another hidden world awaits discovery. Beneath the golden sands of Egypt, a land already overflowing with enigmas, lies another world, one that even the most daring explorers rarely speak of. The pyramids, temples, and monumental statues of the surface are only half the story. Below them, hidden in layers of limestone and silence, runs a labyrinth of tunnels, shafts, and sealed chambers that stretch for miles beneath the Giza Plateau. Egyptologists have long known of their existence, yet the full extent and purpose of these underground structures remain among the most tightly guarded mysteries in archaeology. What was buried beneath the pyramids was not only the dead, but perhaps the secrets of the gods themselves. For centuries, local legend spoke of the serpent's tunnels running under the pyramids. Ancient era chroniclers like al-Masudi and Abd al-Latif wrote of hidden passages connecting the Great Pyramid to the Nile and to distant temples. In the 9th century, Caliph al-Mamun's men reportedly forced their way into the Great Pyramid through an existing shaft, guided by rumors of a network that led to unimaginable treasures. But what they found was stranger than gold. Sealed corridors that resonated with an unnatural hum. Chambers filled with smooth stone boxes too large to fit through the tunnels they occupied, and passages that led to solid walls, as if deliberately hidden. Al-Mamun abandoned the search, but the whispers continued. Some claimed the pharaohs sealed not just their dead, but something far more powerful beneath the sand. Modern archaeology has confirmed that the Giza Plateau is hollowed by ancient tunnels. Beneath the Great Pyramid, the subterranean chamber descends into bedrock, an unfinished, eerie space with side shafts leading to unknown depths. To the west of the pyramid lies the Osiris Shaft, a multi-level vertical tunnel system discovered in the early 20th century and reopened by archaeologists in 1999. This shaft plunges over 100 feet below ground, leading to a series of perfectly cut chambers connected by narrow passages. In its lowest level lies a massive granite sarcophagus submerged in groundwater, surrounded by niches and carved symbols. Officially, It's believed to have been a symbolic tomb for the god Osiris, representing rebirth. Unofficially, many researchers believe it was part of a network of ritual or technological chambers designed for purposes far beyond funerary use. The layout of these tunnels is both deliberate and confounding. They are aligned with astronomical precision, mirroring the constellation of Orion, the same celestial pattern echoed in the placement of the pyramids above. This dual design, one celestial and one subterranean, suggests that the ancient Egyptians conceived of their monuments as both a map of the heavens and a mirror of the underworld. Some esoteric scholars interpret the Giza Plateau as an enormous initiatory complex, a place where the dead and the living alike underwent spiritual transformation. To them, the tunnels beneath the pyramids were not mere tombs but corridors of awakening, designed to guide souls through symbolic death and rebirth, reflecting the journey of the sun to the underworld each night. Yet, the true mystery lies not in what has been shown to the public, but in what remains sealed. Satellite imaging and ground-penetrating radar have revealed vast anomalies beneath the plateau, voids, chambers, and linear tunnels extending hundreds of meters toward the Sphinx and beyond. In 2017, scientists using cosmic ray muon detection discovered a massive hidden cavity above the Grand Gallery inside the Great Pyramid, large enough to contain an airliner. But even more intriguing are the lesser-known anomalies detected below the pyramid, hinting at deeper structures that have never been excavated. Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities has consistently restricted independent exploration, citing preservation concerns. Yet leaks from early surveys, such as those conducted by the Egyptian Antiquities Organization and the University of Cairo in the 1980s, describe an immense labyrinth extending beneath Giza, with connecting corridors running toward Memphis and Heliopolis. One of the most intriguing accounts comes from the writings of Herodotus, the ancient Greek historian who visited Egypt around 450 BCE. He described an underground complex near Lake Moeris, in the Fayum region, which he called a labyrinth. According to Herodotus, it contained 12 vast halls and 3,000 chambers, half above ground, half below. He claimed the lower levels were sealed and inaccessible, said to contain the tombs of the kings who built it and the tombs of the sacred crocodiles. Later writers like Strabo and Diodorus Siculus confirmed that they had seen parts of this labyrinth and marveled at its scale. Modern explorers have since located ruins at Hora matching Herodotus' description. Beneath them, radar scans have revealed extensive substructures still buried under centuries of sediment. Egypt's lost labyrinth, it seems, was real and possibly part of a much larger network extending toward Giza itself. Some researchers suggest that the Giza tunnels in the Hora labyrinth were once connected by an immense underground waterway system. The Nile in ancient times flowed much closer to pyramids, and evidence of ancient canals and mooring platforms has been found near the Sphinx. Could these have been entrances to a forgotten subterranean world, passages navigable by water, linking sacred sites across Egypt? Ancient texts like the Book of the Dead describe the soul's journey through the Duat, an underworld crossed by rivers and guarded by gates. Perhaps these were not only metaphors, but reflections of an actual physical geography, a sacred infrastructure mirroring myth. The deeper one looks into the sands of Egypt, the more patterns emerge. Across the land, from Abydos to Saqqara, from Giza to Thebes, dozens of shafts and tunnels have been found beneath temples and pyramids. Many are blocked, flooded, or filled with debris, but some have revealed astonishing finds. Empty stone sarcophagi too large to move, inscriptions suggesting hidden roads of the gods, and even hints of metal doors sealed into bedrock. The Serapeum of Saqqara, another subterranean marvel, houses massive granite boxes cut with laser-like precision, each weighing up to 80 tons, housed in chambers carved from solid rock. No tool marks, no soot, no explanation. Egyptologists say these were tombs for sacred bulls. Others believe they were part of a lost technology, resonant chambers designed to manipulate energy or vibration, a concept echoed in other ancient civilizations from India to South America. Even the Great Sphinx hides secrets below its paws. Multiple entrances and tunnels have been reported since the 1920s, with early photographs showing open shafts later mysteriously sealed. In the 1990s, researchers using seismic scanning discovered rectangular voids beneath the Sphinx's front and beneath its right paw, possible chambers that remain unexcavated to this day. Ancient Egyptian texts spoke of the Hall of Records, a hidden library said contained the wisdom of a lost civilization predating the pharaohs. Many believe that this library lies beneath the Sphinx, awaiting rediscovery. The Egyptian authorities deny its existence, yet the consistency of reports and the secrecy surrounding new findings keep the legend alive. When one studies these subterranean structures collectively, Derinkuyu in Turkey, the Hypogeum in Malta, and the labyrinths beneath Giza, a pattern begins to emerge. Each site exhibits impossible craftsmanship, subterranean engineering far beyond its supposed era, and an obsession with celestial alignment. All three share an underlying theme: descent into the earth as a path to knowledge, transformation, or protection from catastrophe. Could they be remnants of a global system, an ancient network connecting sacred sites across continents? The parallels are too precise to dismiss as coincidence. And so, as we leave the shadow corridors beneath Giza and ascend once more into the blinding Egyptian sun, a new question takes shape. If such tunnels exist under Egypt, connecting temples across the land, could similar passages exist elsewhere, stretching even farther, linking continents separated by oceans? The next step on our journey takes us far from the deserts of Africa to the emerald jungles of South America, where another ancient civilization, the Maya, left behind temples and pyramids that mirror those of Egypt in both form and mystery. There, too, beneath the roots of the rainforest, something astonishing lies hidden, a labyrinth of caves that may rewrite everything we know about the ancient world. Deep within the humid jungles of Central America, where the dense canopy swallows sunlight and ruins rise like ghosts from the earth, another subterranean mystery waits to be uncovered. The Maya civilization, famed for its colossal temples, complex calendar, and mysterious disappearance, left behind more than towering pyramids and hieroglyphic carvings. Beneath their cities runs an invisible world, a vast network of caves, tunnels, and underground rivers that the Maya believe were gateways to Xibalba, the place of fear, the underworld of gods and ancestors. These caverns were not random natural formations of Maya. They were sacred arteries of the earth, portals between worlds, deliberately used, expanded, and in some cases built upon. What lies beneath their ruins might hold the key to understanding not only their beliefs, but also a hidden global pattern that connects the Maya to the ancient builders of Egypt, Malta, and even Anatolia. The story of the Mayan underworld begins with Xibalba, a realm described in their sacred text, the Popol Vuh. According to the myth, heroes descended through dark, winding caverns filled with rivers of blood and scorpions, facing trials set by the gods of death. These were not symbolic stories. They were reflections of real geography. For the Maya, caves were the literal mouths of the earth, the places where life began and where the dead returned. They built their greatest temples and cities around these subterranean openings, not above them by accident, but by divine design. Chichen Itza, Uxmal, Tikal, and Palenque all sit atop intricate networks of caverns, many of which remain unexplored or partially flooded. When explorers first began to map these underground passages, they were astonished at their extent. Beneath the Yucatan Peninsula, a labyrinth of submerged tunnels stretches for hundreds of miles, forming what is now known as the Sac-Acton and Dos Ojos cave systems, the largest underwater cave networks on Earth. In 2018, divers discovered that these two systems were actually connected, creating a single continuous labyrinth nearly 350 kilometers long. Inside, they found something shocking: human remains, pottery, ritual altars, and even evidence of ancient fires, proof that the Maya entered these caverns intentionally, carrying out ceremonies in the darkness. Some artifacts date back over 10,000 years, predating the Maya civilization itself, suggesting that these tunnels were sacred long before recorded history. The deeper explorers descended, the stranger the findings became. In certain chambers, stalactites had been deliberately shaped into columns and platforms. Walls bore carvings that matched surface temple motifs, serpent patterns, sun discs, and spirals. In one section of the Sac-Acton network, divers found a perfectly circular pit filled with human bones, arranged geometrically, as if part of ritual deposition. In another, they uncovered a sealed passage lined with smooth stone blocks, unlike any natural formation, hinting that at least part of the subterranean maze had been artificially modified. Local Maya still tell stories of priests who could travel through these underground rivers to reach distant cities. Legends speak of hidden routes connecting Chichen Itza to the Caribbean coast, and even to Tulum, over 100 kilometers away. While conventional scholars dismiss these as myths, modern scanning technology has begun to validate fragments of these tales. Using LiDAR and ground-penetrating radar, researchers have identified anomalies, tunnels, cavities, and voids, linking major ceremonial centers. Some lie too deep to be natural sinkholes, suggesting deliberate excavation. Were the Maya aware of these natural corridors and adapted them into sacred networks, or do they inherit an even older infrastructure from an unknown civilization? The Temple of Kukulkan at Chichen Itza, one of the new seven wonders of the world, offers one of the most compelling clues. Beneath the pyramid, scientists discovered not one, but two hidden chambers, one of which contains a cenote, a natural well filled with groundwater. Even more astonishing, a second pyramid lies entombed within the main one, with a staircase leading downward toward the cenote. Symbolically, this represents descent into the underworld. Physically, it mirrors the architectural layering seen in Egypt's pyramids, where inner chambers spiral downward toward subterranean voids. Could this design reflect an ancient understanding shared by distant cultures, that enlightenment or rebirth came not from ascending toward the heavens, but from descending into the earth? The sacred wells, or cenotes, of the Yucatan Peninsula further illuminate this belief. To the untrained eye, they are simply natural sinkholes, but to the Maya, they were cosmic gateways. Offerings of gold, jade, obsidian, and human sacrifice have been recovered from their depths. The most famous, the sacred cenote at Chichen Itza, yielded thousands of artifacts and bones when dredged in the early 20th century, a silent testimony to the Maya's devotion to the unseen world below. Yet recent dives into lesser-known cenotes have revealed even more perplexing evidence. Perfectly cut stone stairs leading down to platforms, inscribed symbols identical to those found in Egyptian and Sumerian iconography. These markings, spirals, suns, and serpents, recur with uncanny precision in sites separated by entire oceans. In some of the more remote jungles of Guatemala and Belize, archaeologists have stumbled upon man-made tunnels sealed with slabs of limestone. These passages extend beneath temple complexes and sometimes terminate abruptly, as if they once connected to structures now lost. In 2007, near the ruins of Naj Tunik, a site famous for its cave murals depicting underworld journeys, explorers discovered a vertical shaft leading to chambers that appeared melted rather than carved. The smooth, glass-like walls bore no tool marks. Some theorists suggest this could indicate the use of advanced thermal or chemical cutting methods, technology supposedly unavailable to the ancient Maya. Was this evidence of an older civilization with superior techniques, or of knowledge handed down from an age now erased from history? More intriguing still are the energy anomalies recorded within these subterranean chambers. Teams of researchers using magnetometers have detected unusual electromagnetic fluctuations near ritual altars deep within the caves. In several cases, these readings pulse rhythmically, almost like a heartbeat, and align with geomagnetic activity from the Earth itself. Some interpret this as coincidence. Others believe it supports the Maya's claim that their underworld was alive, that they were tapping into the Earth's own energetic grid. These findings echo discoveries made thousands of miles away, beneath the hypogeum of Malta and the tunnels of Derinquiu, where similar acoustic and electromagnetic phenomena have been observed. It appears the ancients not only knew of these energies, but intentionally built their sacred spaces where such forces were strongest. One cannot ignore the cosmic parallels. The Maya built their cities aligned with stars and planets, especially Venus, which they associated with death and rebirth. If their temples above ground mirror the heavens, perhaps their tunnels below mirror the underworld of the cosmos, the invisible fabric connecting worlds. In this sense, the Maya's cave systems may have been not just physical routes, but spiritual conduits, designed to maintain balance between the celestial and the terrestrial. Modern archaeology may label these caves as ritual spaces or burial sites, but that explanation feels incomplete. The level of engineering, the repetition of sacred geometry, and the global parallel suggests something far greater, an ancient science blending spirituality with geology and cosmology. Perhaps the Maya inherited a fragment of this knowledge, preserving it through their architecture and myths. Perhaps they were part of a long lineage of civilizations that understood the Earth not as inert rock, but as a living entity with veins of energy, accessible through sacred caverns. What's most haunting is how these subterranean systems mirror those of the Old World. Egypt's tunnels beneath the pyramids, Malta's hypogeum, and Cappadocia's hidden cities. Each civilization believed that descent brought enlightenment, that the underworld was not a realm of punishment, but of transformation. Each built vast underground sanctuaries aligned with celestial forces, and each disappeared or declined mysteriously, as if the knowledge they held was never meant to be sustained for long. As we emerge in the depths of the Mayan underworld, we're left with a question that lingers like an echo in the dark. Could these tunnels have once connected across oceans, not physically, but through knowledge, design, or even intention? Did the builders of Derinkuyu, Giza, and Chichen Itza share a single source of wisdom, a global map of the Earth's inner arteries? To find answers, our journey now turns across the sea to another ancient culture, one that, like the Maya, revered a balance between heaven and earth, life and death, and built entire worlds beneath its feet. In the next chapter, we descend into the Andean mountains of Peru, where the Inca and their mysterious predecessors carved a network of tunnels said to stretch for hundreds of miles beneath the sacred valley, and possibly, astonishingly, toward the Amazon itself. High in the jagged spine of the Andes, where clouds wrap themselves around ancient stone and the air hums with strange energy, lies another world beneath the mountains, a labyrinth older than the empire of the Inca, older perhaps than history itself. Peru, land of the sun and sky temples, also guards secrets in the dark. Beneath its sacred valleys and fortress cities, an immense network of tunnels and chambers winds through the rock, connecting distant ruins and ceremonial sites. To the surface world, these are legends, whispers of Los Tunnels de los Dioses, the tunnels of the gods. But to those who venture below, the truth is far stranger. The underground world of the Andes may be the most extensive and least understood subterranean system ever discovered in the Americas. The Inca, whose empire stretched across more than 2,000 miles of South America, inherited a landscape already ancient. They built their citadels, Machu Picchu, Ollantaytambo, Cusco, and Sacsayhuaman, atop older foundations, carved from monolithic stones that even today defy explanation. Yet beneath these architectural wonders lies something more extraordinary, a hidden world carved into the same granite, with tunnels so perfectly aligned and smoothly cut that even modern engineers struggle to explain their creation. These passages, known locally as chincanas, form a subterranean web linking sacred sites across the highlands. The word chincana in Quechua means place where one gets lost. And for centuries, people have indeed vanished inside them. Legends tell of priests and soldiers who entered the tunnels of Cusco and never returned. Stories abound of explorers descending into the earth beneath Sacsayhuaman, carrying ropes and torches, only to vanish into endless corridors. Some say their cries could be heard beneath the Plaza de Armas in Cusco, miles away, suggesting that the tunnels extend beneath the entire city. In the 16th century, Spanish chroniclers recorded native stories of a golden road running underground between the Temple of the Sun, Coricancha, and the fortress of Sacsayhuaman. The conquistadors searched for it obsessively, believing it led to the hidden treasures of the Inca. None ever found its end. In 1650, a massive earthquake struck Cusco, collapsing part of the city. In the aftermath, a hole opened near the cathedral, revealing a descending stone staircase. Witnesses claimed to see golden objects glinting in the torchlight below, but those who entered never returned. The entrance was sealed by order of the church, and for centuries it remained closed. When archaeologists reopened parts of the system in the 20th century, they found long, smooth corridors descending into darkness, carved with angles so sharp and surfaces so polished that even diamond tools would have struggled to replicate them. These were not crude shelters or mines. They were precision-engineered tunnels. The tunnels extend far beyond Cusco. Reports and local traditions suggest they reach all the way to the ancient city of Ollantaytambo, nearly 40 miles away, and possibly even to the mysterious ruins of Tiwanaku in Bolivia. Explorers who have followed fragments of the network describe sudden turns that lead to sealed doors or sheer drops, perfectly squared shafts plunging vertically into the earth. The engineering consistency across these regions, the same slope angles, the same joining patterns, indicate a single origin or architectural plan, yet no inscriptions or artifacts identify their builders. Modern researchers who have mapped portions of these chincanas believe they predate the Inca by thousands of years. The Inca themselves attributed their creation to the Viracochas, divine beings who came from across the sea and vanished after teaching humankind the arts of civilization. In their mythology, the Viracochas built great cities and then retreated beneath the mountains, promising to return when the world was ready. Could the tunnels be their forgotten legacy? A hidden infrastructure that survived the collapse of a civilization older than the Inca, older even in recorded history? The geology of the Andes makes the construction of such tunnels nearly impossible by primitive means. The rock beneath Cusco and Sacsayhuaman is solid andesite and granite, materials requiring modern machinery to cut cleanly. Yet the surfaces of these tunnels are seamless, with joints so tight that not even a razor blade fits between them. Some chambers feature polygonal walls identical to those above ground, suggesting the same builders worked both realms. These underground works mirror the Cyclopean walls of Sacsayhuaman itself, whose massive interlocking stones, weighing up to 300 tons, fit together without mortar. How could the same precision appear miles beneath the surface, in total darkness, with no apparent ventilation or light source? In 2008, a team of Peruvian and Italian archaeologists using ground-penetrating radar beneath the Coricancha temple detected hollow spaces and linear anomalies extending in multiple directions toward Sacsayhuaman, toward the hills, and even toward the cathedral. Subsequent analysis revealed the cavities to be at least 100 feet below ground, yet the government halted further excavation, citing safety concerns. Officially, the tunnels are natural fissures. Unofficially, those who have studied the data claim they form too regular a pattern to be natural. Some suspect that beneath Cusco lies an entire second city, one mirroring the one above, as if designed by an ancient culture that saw surface and subterranean worlds as two halves of the same whole. Further south, near the shores of Lake Titicaca, lies another ancient marvel, the Gate of Amaru Muru. Carved into a sheer rock face near Hayumarca, this giant doorway-shaped structure seems to lead nowhere. Local shamans, however, call it the Gateway of the Gods. They say that in the distant past, high priests carrying golden discs stepped into its stone frame and vanished into blinding light, entering the world below or beyond. Intriguingly, explorers have found evidence of narrow passageways behind the rock wall, now sealed. Geological surveys suggest cavities beneath the surface, hinting that this doorway might once have connected to the same subterranean system as the Chincanas. The Inca were not the only Andean culture obsessed with underground architecture. The older Nazca civilization, famous for its giant geoglyphs visible only from the sky, also constructed subterranean aqueducts called puquios, spiraling into the earth in perfect helical patterns. These may have been part of a larger design, an attempt to harness the planet's natural water and energy flows. In the coastal deserts near Ica, explorers have uncovered ancient tunnels lined with fused sand, as if exposed to intense heat. Were these the remnants of volcanic activity, or evidence of ancient technology? Some of the most compelling clues lie in the alignment of Andean sacred sites. Cusco, Machu Picchu, and Tiwanaku are positioned along straight lines, geodesic paths that extend across the continent, aligning with magnetic anomalies. If the tunnels follow these same lines underground, as some researchers believe, they could represent a deliberate effort to connect energetic points of the Earth, much like the ley lines observed in Europe and Asia. The Chincanas, then, were not just physical corridors but channels of energy, part of a global grid of power and resonance. Stories of strange lights, humming sounds, and sudden air pressure changes within the tunnels add to their mystery. Locals speak of living stone, walls that seem to vibrate or pulse when touched. These phenomena are echoed in reports from other subterranean sites around the world. The Hypogeum of Malta, the caves of the Yucatan, and even Derinkuyu in Turkey, all places where visitors describe low-frequency vibrations that affect the body and mind. Could these frequencies have been intentionally harnessed by ancient builders? Some theorists propose that the tunnels were designed to amplify natural earth energies, perhaps for healing, spiritual initiation, or communication across vast distances. Mainstream archaeology continues to tread cautiously, focusing on the safer, accessible sections of the Andean tunnel systems. But indigenous traditions insist that what has been found is only a fraction of what exists. Elders in Cusco speak of the path to Paititi, the legendary lost city of gold hidden in the Amazon, accessible only through subterranean corridors starting beneath Sacsayhuaman. Expeditions searching for Paititi often report finding cave entrances sealed with massive stone doors, carved with the same precision as Inca temples. These portals, say the locals, are not to be opened, for they guard the realm of the ancestors, and those who enter uninvited rarely return. Whether myth or memory, the idea of an underground kingdom beneath the Andes resonates with stories from across the world, from the tunnels of Egypt to the catacombs of Tibet. Each speaks of an ancient refuge, a hidden world preserved from cataclysm. Perhaps the builders of these tunnels knew that the surface world would not last forever, and they sought safety and continuity below. As we emerge once more from the depths of the Andes, a haunting realization takes shape. These tunnels, like those of the Maya and the Egyptians, share a common fingerprint, the same precision, the same cosmic orientation, the same mystery of origin. Could all these systems, separated by oceans and millennia, have been created by the same lost civilization? And if so, what force, natural or otherwise, drove humanity to build downward into the belly of the earth? Our next destination takes us across the Pacific to another land of stone, myth, and secrecy, where the mountains hide forbidden caves said to contain the wisdom of the gods themselves. In the next chapter, we travel to the Himalayas to explore the subterranean world beneath Tibet and the enduring legends of Agartha, the hidden kingdom beneath our feet that ancient texts claim connects all sacred sites of the earth. Far beyond the lush jungles of the Yucatan and the towering Andes of South America, the roof of the world rises. The Himalayas, a realm where the air is thin and the line between myth and reality fades like morning mist. For centuries, this region has been the spiritual epicenter of human mystery, the birthplace of meditation, of hidden masters, and of stories about subterranean cities untouched by time. The people of Tibet, Nepal, and northern India speak in hushed reverence of Agartha, the inner world, a hidden kingdom said to exist beneath the mountains, ruled by enlightened beings and connected to sacred sites across the earth through a vast system of tunnels. While skeptics dismiss it as a myth, countless explorers, monks, and even government expeditions have pursued evidence of the subterranean realm. And what they found: strange tunnels, sealed doorways, and inexplicable ancient architecture. Hints that perhaps the legends carry more truth than anyone dares admit. The earliest references to Agartha come from the ancient Sanskrit texts and Buddhist scriptures, where it is described as a hidden land of pure light, harmony, and knowledge. The word Agartha itself means the inaccessible or the untouchable, a place that exists within the earth yet beyond normal perception. In Tibetan traditions, it is known as Shambhala, a city of wisdom hidden behind snow-capped peaks or deep beneath them. According to these teachings, Shambhala is not a mythic heaven, but a physical realm connected to the surface by intricate tunnels, accessible only to those spiritually awakened. Some lamas claim that the entrances are concealed in remote Himalayan valleys, disguised as ordinary caves or shrines, sealed by spiritual energy rather than stone. The first Western explorers to hear these stories were astounded by their consistency. From monasteries in Lhasa to remote hermitages in Nepal, monks spoke of the same subterranean corridors, of secret passages running beneath the mountains, of travelers who disappeared into the earth and returned transformed. In the 19th century, explorers like Nicholas Roerich, Ferdinand Ossendowski, and Alexander David Neal documented these accounts in their writings, describing local guides who refused to approach certain caves, saying there were doors to the world below. Roerich, a painter and mystic who traveled extensively through Central Asia in the 1920s, claimed that Tibetan monks showed him ancient maps depicting underground routes connecting Shambhala to other sacred regions, even as far as the Gobi Desert, India, and possibly the Middle East. In Ossendowski's book Beasts, Men, and Gods, written in 1922, he recounts being told by Mongolian lamas of Agardi, a hidden realm beneath the earth where the king of the world resides. The monks described tunnels vast enough to allow chariots to pass through, connecting distant continents. They spoke of an advanced civilization dwelling below, watching the surface world, and occasionally sending emissaries to guide humanity. While many dismissed Ossendowski's account as fantasy, later explorers noted uncanny parallels between his stories and local legends found across Asia. How could so many isolated cultures share the same myth of an underground kingdom if it were pure invention? In the 20th century, as geopolitical tensions grew in the Himalayas, the mystery deepened. During World War II, both Nazi and Soviet expeditions reportedly searched for entrances to Agartha and Shambhala, driven by the belief that ancient wisdom or technology might be hidden there. German occult societies like the Thule and Vril groups were obsessed with the idea of a subterranean Aryan homeland, believing that survivors of a lost civilization retreated beneath the earth after a cataclysm. While these expeditions officially failed, documents recovered after the war suggested that tunnels and cave systems in Tibet and western China were indeed explored and mapped. Some accounts even claim that advanced ruins, smooth-walled chambers with strange metallic inscriptions, were found and subsequently sealed. Modern-day researchers have since discovered vast cave systems running beneath the Himalayas, stretching across Tibet, Bhutan, and Nepal. These are not random formations. Many align precisely with ancient monasteries and pilgrimage routes, suggesting deliberate placement. In Mustang, Nepal, often called the Hidden Kingdom, explorers have documented more than 10,000 man-made caves carved high into the cliffs, some containing murals of strange, non-human beings and maps depicting stars and tunnels descending into the mountains. The craftsmanship of these caves, often unreachable even with modern climbing equipment, remains a mystery. Who carved them, and for what purpose? Local monks say these are the remnants of the outer gates to the inner world, ancient meditation chambers built to mirror the deeper, spiritual tunnels leading inward to Agartha. When questioned, they often smile enigmatically, saying only, "Those who are ready will find the path." This secrecy is not new. For centuries, the Himalayan lamas have guarded their knowledge carefully, passing it only to initiates. According to Tibetan texts, the entrances to Shambhala are not fixed. They open only when the balance of the world demands it. In times of great turmoil, war, famine, or spiritual decay, messengers from Agartha emerge to guide humanity back to harmony. What makes this legend even more compelling is how it overlaps with global subterranean myths. The Hopi of North America speak of the ant people who shelter humans underground during a great cataclysm. The Hindus describe Patala, the underworld realm connected to surface temples through hidden tunnels. The Sumerians wrote of gods emerging from beneath the earth, bringing knowledge to mankind. In every culture, there exists a version of a hidden inner world, a place of refuge, wisdom, and power. Could all these myths be fragments of an ancient memory, pointing to the same truth? Scientific exploration of the Himalayas has also revealed anomalies. In 2015, satellite imaging detected vast voids beneath sections of the Tibetan Plateau, some extending for miles, with no clear geological explanation. Thermal imaging revealed unusual heat signatures deep underground, inconsistent with volcanic activity. Some researchers speculate these could be ancient cavern complexes, perhaps once inhabited. In certain remote valleys, explorers have reported electromagnetic interference and compass malfunctions, phenomena identical to those recorded in Malta, Peru, and Egypt's subterranean sites. Are these anomalies natural or evidence of an ancient global network built along geomagnetic lines? Adding to the intrigue, ancient Buddhist texts such as the Kalachakra Tantra describe Shambhala as not only a physical realm, but also a vast energetic system beneath the earth. The texts state that tunnels connect Shambhala to centers of learning across the world, a poetic description, perhaps, but eerily similar to the concept of global subterranean pathways linking ancient sites. If the Maya, the Inca, and the Egyptians all built on these energetic nodes, could the Himalayas represent the central nexus, the heart of this global network? In recent years, hikers and researchers have rediscovered sealed caves bearing intricate carvings of wheels, suns, and serpents, motifs found across the ancient world. One cave in the region of Pangboche reportedly contains an enormous circular door with a faint metallic sheen, covered in unknown symbols. The locals refuse to approach it, claiming it sings when touched, producing a low, resonant vibration that continues for minutes. Some speculate this could be an ancient sonic technology or resonance chamber, akin to those found beneath the Great Pyramid of Giza and the Hypogeum of Malta. Could these frequencies be the key to activating passageways, as described in ancient texts? The connection between spiritual practice and subterranean design becomes even clearer when one considers the monastic architecture of Tibet. Many monasteries are built directly atop caves used for centuries by meditating monks. The most famous, Takshang, the Tiger's Nest Monastery in Bhutan, is said to sit above a cave where Guru Padmasambhava, the founder of Tibetan Buddhism, meditated and entered the mountain to commune with celestial beings. Beneath other monasteries, sealed tunnels are said to descend for miles, now forbidden to all but the highest initiates. Some local accounts claim that deep within these passages, statues glow faintly without any light source, and the air remains perfectly still, as if preserved by a force outside of nature. Perhaps the most astonishing suggestion comes from a few modern mystics who claim that the Earth's inner network of tunnels, from Agartha to the Andes to Giza, is not just geological or man-made, but energetic. They describe it as a planetary nervous system, transmitting information and life force energy through crystalline pathways. Ancient builders, they believe, knew how to access the system, to harness its resonance for spiritual elevation and communication. If so, the Himalayan tunnels in the myth of Agartha may represent the spiritual heart of that system, the central pulse from which all others radiate. Skeptics will argue that no scientific proof of Agartha exists. They are right, at least none that has been made public. But secrecy itself may be the point. For those who live among the mountains, Agartha is not a place to be found with maps or drills. It is a reality that reveals itself only to those ready to see. And yet, the increasing number of strange discoveries, caves too precise to be natural, chambers sealed with unknown materials, and alignments connecting these regions to other ancient sites, continues to suggest that something deeper lies hidden beneath the Himalayas. As we leave the high peaks and descend once more into the mysteries of the earth, the question grows louder, whether these legends are not fantasy, but the remnants of forgotten global truth, one in which humanity's greatest knowledge was hidden not in temples or libraries, but in the living heart of the planet itself. In the next chapter, we journey westward to the deserts of Egypt, where beneath the sands and shadow of the Great Pyramid, another vast subterranean world waits, a labyrinth said to contain the lost records of humanity and the blueprints of civilizations long vanished from history. Beneath the blazing sun of Egypt, where the golden sands conceal as much as they reveal, lies one of humanity's most enigmatic mysteries, an underground labyrinth said to rival the pyramids themselves in scale and secrecy. While millions of visitors gaze in awe at the towering monuments of Giza, few realize that beneath their feet stretches an unseen world, a maze of tunnels, chambers, and sealed doorways that may hold the key to understanding not just Egyptian civilization, but the lost origins of humanity. Ancient texts, forgotten explorers, and modern technology all point to the same astonishing conclusion, that a vast subterranean complex lies beneath Egypt's surface, connecting sacred sites, preserving forbidden knowledge, and perhaps linking the land of the pharaohs to other ancient cultures across the globe. The story begins with a text almost lost to time, the account of Herodotus, the father of history, who visited Egypt over 2,000 years ago. He wrote of a labyrinth near the city of crocodiles, what we now know as Hora, describing it as an immense underground complex with thousands of chambers, all intricately connected and filled with hieroglyphs and statues. Herodotus claimed it was more impressive than all the pyramids combined. Later travelers, like Strabo and Pliny the Elder, confirmed its existence, each adding their own astonished descriptions of endless halls, secret corridors, and subterranean temples dedicated to the gods of the underworld. And yet today, the so-called labyrinth of Egypt has vanished, officially, at least. For centuries, scholars debated whether Herodotus' labyrinth ever existed. But in the 19th century, a British archaeologist named Flinders Petrie began excavations at Hora, near the Fayum oasis. Beneath layers of sand and debris, Petrie discovered the remains of massive stone foundations, walls several meters thick, and fragments of statues that once adorned a monumental structure. He concluded that the labyrinth was real, but the superstructure had collapsed or been dismantled long ago. What lay beneath, however, remained beyond reach. Locals told stories of tunnels running deep below the site, of echoing voids beneath their villages, and of people who entered nearby fissures and never returned. Modern investigations have reignited this mystery. In 2008, a Belgian-Egyptian team using ground-penetrating radar beneath Hora discovered a pattern of immense rectangular anomalies, perfectly symmetrical and aligned, extending hundreds of meters underground. These anomalies were far too regular to be natural formations. The data suggested chambers arranged in multiple levels, consistent with Herodotus' description of 12 great courts surrounded by thousands of smaller rooms. Yet the findings were never fully published. Shortly after their discovery, Egyptian authorities restricted further exploration, and the site was reclassified as off-limits for conservation. The official explanation, groundwater and instability, made excavation too dangerous. Unofficially, researchers believe the labyrinth may indeed exist, and that its content could rewrite everything we know about Egypt's past. But Hara is not alone. The entire Nile Valley hides an intricate network of underground structures. Beneath the Giza Plateau, in particular, there lies an even more astounding secret. In the early 19th century, British explorer Henry Salt and his companion Giovanni Caviglia reported entering a series of tunnels near the Sphinx. These passages, they said, extended for hundreds of feet beneath the plateau, branching into sealed chambers. Salt's notes describe one vast hall containing a sarcophagus of unknown origin and another chamber with walls covering carvings unlike any known Egyptian style. Caviglia wrote that local workers refused to continue after hearing strange noises deep below, claiming the tunnels were guarded by ancient forces. Modern archaeology confirms that there are indeed cavities beneath the Sphinx and the Great Pyramid. In 1997, researchers using seismic equipment detected a network of large voids extending beneath the monument, including a rectangular chamber directly under the Sphinx's paws. Egypt's Supreme Council of Antiquities briefly acknowledged these findings, but later dismissed them as natural fissures. Yet several independent researchers claim to have seen sealed doorways deep below the plateau, some made of strange stone unlike anything found in the surrounding geology. Could these doors lead to the long-rumored Hall of Records? The mythical archive said preserve the wisdom of a lost civilization, possibly Atlantis? The concept of a hidden library beneath Giza dates back thousands of years. Ancient Egyptian priests spoke of the House of Thoth, where sacred knowledge was stored for future generations. In the Hermetic texts written during the Greco-Egyptian period, there are references to underground chambers containing the wisdom of the stars and the machines of the gods. Later legends claim that after the Great Flood, survivors of an advanced civilization, often identified as the Atlanteans, came to Egypt and preserved their knowledge beneath the sands, waiting for a time when humanity was ready to rediscover it. If true, the labyrinths beneath Egypt might be more than tombs or temples. They could be vaults of ancient technology and lost history. Even more tantalizing are the reports of mysterious energy phenomena in the tunnels beneath Giza. In the 1980s, explorers equipped with electromagnetic sensors reported anomalous readings near the base of the Great Pyramid. Instruments registered pulsing frequencies emanating from the ground, forming geometric patterns. Some theorists believe these underground chambers were designed to amplify natural Earth energies, functioning as part of a global grid, one that may connect to similar systems beneath the Andes, Tibet, and Malta. Could the pyramids themselves have been built to harness or regulate this planetary network? The alignment of Egypt's monuments seems to support this idea. The pyramids are oriented with near-perfect precision to the cardinal directions and aligned with key stars in the Orion constellation, believed by the ancients to be the celestial home of Osiris, lord of the underworld. The tunnels beneath them may represent the earthly mirror of the celestial architecture, a map of the heavens built within the earth. The ancient Egyptian concept of Duat, the underworld, was not a place of punishment but of transformation, a spiritual realm the soul had to traverse to reach enlightenment. The physical tunnels beneath their temples might have been used for ritual initiations, symbolic journeys to the underworld that mirrored the soul's passage after death. In the early 2000s, a documentary team was granted limited access to sealed sections beneath the Giza Plateau. They filmed narrow shafts, winding passages, and deep wells that descended into the bedrock. At one point, they encountered a carved doorway sealed with ancient stone. The footage was never publicly released, reportedly confiscated by Egyptian authorities. Rumors persist that what lies beyond that door is not merely a tomb, but an archive, perhaps the very hall of records described by Edgar Cayce, the sleeping prophet, who predicted in the 1930s that such a chamber will be discovered between the paws of the Sphinx before the end of the 20th century. Casey's prophecy, dismissed by mainstream scholars, eerily coincides with the seismic data discovered decades later. Even if one disregards the psychic claims, the convergence of mythology, ancient text, and modern science suggests that Egypt's underground world is far from fully understood. Beneath the sands may lie the remnants of an older civilization, one that predates dynastic Egypt by millennia. Adding another layer to the enigma, ancient depictions of the Duat, the Egyptian underworld, show the soul traveling through 12 gates or regions, each guarded by serpents and illuminated by stars. This imagery bears a striking resemblance to the descriptions of the Mayan and Andean underworlds, both structured as multi-layered realms connected by passageways. Is it coincidence that cultures separated by oceans share the same symbolic architecture? Or it could be evidence that these underworlds were not mythic but physical, interconnected subterranean networks known to an ancient global civilization? Today, access to the tunnels beneath Giza is tightly controlled. Official tours stop at shallow levels, while deeper passages are restricted to government-sanctioned teams. Independent researchers who attempt unauthorized exploration report being turned back by security or finding entrances mysteriously sealed. Still, whispers persist of discoveries being made out of public view. Sealed corridors open, artifacts recovered, and then quietly locked away. Some claim the true labyrinth of Egypt has already been found, but its contents are too disruptive to conventional history to be revealed. Whether the labyrinths and tunnels beneath Egypt contain lost archives, ancient technology, or simply symbolic tombs, their mystery endures. Every new discovery only deepens the enigma. What seems certain is that Egypt's builders understood something profound, that knowledge, power, and transformation are not found only in the heights of pyramids, but in the depths below them. And yet, the labyrinth of Egypt may not stand alone. Across the Mediterranean, another subterranean wonder mirrors its design and mystery, an underground complex older than any pyramid, hidden beneath the tiny island of Malta. It is there, beneath a quiet European landscape, that echoes of the same ancient network can be heard once again. In the next chapter, we journey into the hypogeum of House Eflini, a place where sound, stone, and spirit converge, and where the whispers of an ancient world still reverberate through the dark. Beneath the quiet streets of the small Mediterranean island of Malta lies a structure so strange, so precise, and so hauntingly ancient that it defies every conventional timeline of human civilization. This is the hypogeum of House Eflini, a vast, multi-leveled underground complex carved entirely out of solid limestone over 5,000 years ago, long before the pyramids of Egypt were completed. Officially, archaeologists describe it as a temple or necropolis, but those who have ventured into its depths speak of something more, a place where sound and stone merge, where whispers turn to thunder, and where the very air seems alive. Some believe this site is a key node in an ancient global network, connected to other subterranean systems across the Earth, from Giza to Tibet to the Andes. Others suspect it hides evidence of a forgotten civilization whose understanding of sound, energy, and consciousness far exceeded our own. The story of the hypogeum begins in 1902, when construction workers in the Maltese town of Paula accidentally broke through a wall while digging foundations for a new building. What they discovered would soon become one of archaeology's greatest enigmas, a honeycomb of chambers, staircases, and corridors stretching deep into the earth. At first, they thought it was just another catacomb. But as explorers descended further, they realized it was something far older and far more sophisticated. The hypogeum extended 3 levels underground, with precisely carved rooms, polished walls, and megalithic doorways aligned to the cardinal directions. It was not built, but sculpted from living rock, as if the builders had melted their way through stone with effortless precision. At its deepest level, nearly 36 feet below the surface, lies the so-called oracle room, a small curved chamber that produces one of the most extraordinary acoustic effects ever recorded. When a human voice speaks within it, even a whisper, the sound reverberates through the entire complex, amplified and modulated at a frequency of around 110 hertz, the same range known to induce altered states of consciousness in the human brain. Modern scientists have confirmed that the hypogeum's architecture was specifically tuned to create these resonances. This was not coincidence. It was acoustic engineering thousands of years ahead of its time. Ancient builders appear to have understood how sound interacts with stone and the human body, how vibration can influence perception and emotion. Some researchers propose that the hypogeum was a kind of sonic temple, designed to amplify chants, rituals, or meditations, allowing initiates to experience spiritual transformation. Others go further, suggesting that these frequencies were used for healing or even communication, a technology of resonance that modern science is only beginning to rediscover. The same 110 Hz resonance has been detected in ancient sites across the world, including the King's Chamber, the Great Pyramid of Giza, and the subterranean tunnels of Cappadocia. Could this shared frequency be evidence of a common origin, a lost science of sound carried by an ancient civilization that once spanned continents? The hypogeum's acoustics are only one layer of its mystery. In some chambers, the walls bear red ochre spirals and geometric patterns, symbols also found in prehistoric caves across Europe and in ancient petroglyphs as far away as South America. These spirals, according to esoteric traditions, represent energy vortices or gateways between worlds. If this interpretation is correct, then the hypogeum may have been built not merely as a tomb or temple, but as a portal, a resonance chamber designed to bridge the physical and the spiritual realms. Yet the most unsettling discoveries came not from sound, but from bones. Early excavations revealed the remains of more than 7,000 individuals buried within the hypogeum. But among these skeletons, archaeologists found several skulls that did not match normal human anatomy. The skulls were elongated, with unusually large cranial volumes, sloping foreheads, and in some cases, no visible cranial sutures. Local newspapers in the early 1900s published reports of these anomalous skulls, sparking rumors of an ancient race or priestly caste within large brains. Then, mysteriously, the skulls disappeared. The official records now list them as missing from the museum archives. Only photographs and a few written descriptions remain. Those who saw them firsthand claim they resembled the long skulls discovered in Peru, Bolivia, and Egypt, another uncanny link between Malta and distant continents. Could these beings have been part of the same civilization that built the pyramids and the Andean temples? Or were they simply victims of forgotten burial rite that intentionally modified skull shapes for ritual purposes? Whatever the truth, the disappearance of the evidence only deepened the intrigue. As archaeologists continued their work, they realized the hypogeum was not an isolated construction. Beneath the surface of Malta, they found traces of other tunnels and chambers, now collapsed or sealed, connecting to megalithic temples on the surface, such as Tarxian, Hagar Kim, and Najdra. These temples, older than Stonehenge, are aligned with the solstices and built with cyclopean precision. Some appear to mirror the constellation patterns above, suggesting a deep astronomical and spiritual knowledge. What's astonishing is that the hypogeum seems to have been the subterranean counterpart of the celestial architecture, a mirror world beneath, designed to reflect the heavens below the earth. Legends passed down by Maltese elders speak of hidden passages beneath the island that extend for miles, connecting the hypogeum to the sea and to other ancient sites. Some stories claim that these tunnels continue beneath the Mediterranean, linking Malta to Sicily or even to Egypt. In the mid-20th century, a chilling account emerged. During a school tour in the 1940s, a group of children reportedly entered a lower section of the hypogeum that had just been opened to the public. When the guide turned back, the children were gone, vanished without a trace. The tunnels were sealed soon after, and official records deny that the incident ever occurred. Whether truth or myth, the tale adds to the hypogeum's aura of forbidden mystery, a place where people enter and never return. Beyond folklore, modern technology has revealed even stranger aspects of Malta's subterranean network. Ground-penetrating radar and sonar mapping have identified voids in tunnels extending beyond the known structure. Some run directly beneath the seafloor, others toward neighboring temples. Researchers from the University of Malta have proposed that these may represent a larger, interconnected system, one that could predate the island's known human settlement by thousands of years. If so, then Malta may have been a central hub in a vast prehistoric network, perhaps the same network that linked Giza, the Andes, and the Himalayas. The island's location strengthens this theory. Situated precisely in the center of the Mediterranean, Malta lies at the crossroads of Europe, Africa, and the Near East. It sits atop a geological ridge that once connected Africa to Europe before rising sea levels separated them. Ancient maps and flood legends suggest that before the Mediterranean filled, this region may have been part of a larger landmass, possibly even a remnant of a lost civilization swallowed by the sea. Could the hypogeum, then, be a surviving fragment of that civilization, an outpost preserved beneath the earth while its surface world drowned? Even within conventional archaeology, Malta's temples defy explanation. Their builders possessed no metal tools, no advanced technology, yet carved and transported multi-ton stones with perfect alignment and symmetry. The same mystery applies to the hypogeum, where precision drilling marks, smooth surfaces, and complex geometry suggest a mastery of stone far beyond Neolithic capability. Some researchers argue that the hypogeum was built using acoustic levitation, manipulating sound frequencies to soften or move stone. While this sounds fantastical, experiments in modern laboratories have shown that sound waves can indeed move small objects and alter materials at specific frequencies. Could the builders of the hypogeum have harnessed such knowledge on a scale lost to history? Even more curious is the energy phenomenon recorded inside. Visitors often describe feeling vibrations in their bodies, a humming or pressure that seems to pulse through the air. Sensitive instruments detect measurable low-frequency oscillations that correspond exactly to the hypogeum's acoustic resonance. These frequencies affect the brain's theta waves, those associated with deep meditation, intuition, and visionary experience. In other words, simply standing in the oracle chamber might have induced altered states of consciousness, allowing ancient initiates to access realms beyond the ordinary senses. Was this temple a kind of spiritual machine, a portal between worlds built through sound and stone? As one moves through its narrow corridors, the sense of precision and purpose becomes overwhelming. Every chamber, every curve, every echo seems intentional. The deeper levels feel less like a burial site and more like a scientific instrument, a tool for interacting with the unseen forces of the earth. This purpose, once known to the builders, has long since been forgotten, but its effects remain, preserved in the very resonance of the stone. Perhaps most extraordinary of all is how the hypogeum fits into the emerging global pattern. Across continents, we find the same elements: underground chambers, perfect acoustics, spirals and serpents carved into walls, and legends of vanished races or divine beings who built them. From the Mayan cenotes to the Incan chincanas, from the tunnels of Tibet to halls beneath Giza, each site seems to be a chapter in the same ancient book, a record of an advanced civilization that understood the earth as a living, resonant organism. Standing in the silence of the hypogeum, it's easy to feel that connection. The walls seem to hum, the air seems alive, and one realizes that perhaps the ancients did not build downward merely to hide or bury, but to remember, to preserve knowledge in stone, in sound, in geometry. The hypogeum may not be just a temple or a tomb. It may be a surviving node of the Earth's forgotten consciousness network, still active, still vibrating, still waiting. And as we emerge from Malta's subterranean shadows, one truth becomes clear. These underground systems are not isolated wonders. They are fragments of a larger design, one that stretches across oceans and epochs, binding the ancient world into a single hidden whole. In the next chapter, we travel north to the windswept plains of Europe, where beneath hills, cathedrals, and prehistoric monuments lie forgotten tunnels that connect sacred sites across the continent, from the druidic caves of Britain to the underground catacombs of France and Germany. There, too, the same pattern reappears, a network buried under our very feet, whispering of an age when humanity walked not only the surface of the earth, but secret, sacred depths. Beneath the rolling green fields of Europe, under castle cathedrals and ancient stone circles, lies a hidden world rarely spoken of, a forgotten labyrinth of tunnels, passageways, and chambers that stretch for hundreds, perhaps thousands, of miles. To most, they are dismissed as medieval mines or secret war shelters. But dig deeper into folklore, the alignment of ancient sites, and the remarkable similarities in their construction, and a far older and far more astonishing story begins to emerge. Across the heart of Europe, from Ireland to Turkey, a subterranean network seems to bind sacred places together, forming what many researchers now call Europe's hidden grid. For centuries, local legend spoke of tunnels running beneath the great cathedrals and megalithic sites. Monks, kings, and treasure hunters all told of secret passages connecting abbeys, dolmens, and mysterious mounds. But the first real evidence of such a network came to light in the 20th century, when a series of narrow, hand-carved tunnels were uncovered beneath Bavaria and Austria. These were called Erdstall, a German word meaning earth stables, but they were no ordinary caves. Thousands of these Erdstall have since been found across Central Europe. In Germany, Austria, the Czech Republic, Hungary, and even parts of France and Ireland, each of these tunnels shares remarkable characteristics. They are extremely narrow, some so tight that only crawling is possible, and typically feature smooth, rounded walls, U-shaped layouts, and small chambers known as Schlupflöcher, or slip holes, that connect one tunnel to another through impossibly small openings. They appear to have been carved by hand into solid bedrock or dense clay, with no signs of tool marks or soot from torches. Radiocarbon dating of organic remains inside some tunnels suggests an age of at least 2,000 to 3,000 years, predating medieval Europe entirely. Yet no known culture in that era is thought to have possessed the technology or reason to create such intricate underground systems. What purpose did they serve? Theories abound. Some scholars claim they were escape routes or hiding places during invasions. Others suggest they were ancient storage systems or ritual chambers. But none of these explanations fit all the facts. The sheer number of tunnels, over 1,500 recorded so far, and they're spread across multiple countries, suggests something far larger in scope and intent. Even more striking is that many of these tunnels align with ancient pilgrimage routes, megalithic monuments, and sites of geomagnetic anomalies. It's as though the Erdstall were deliberately placed along energy lines, Europe's version of the ley lines that connect ancient sacred sites around the world. Local legends reinforce this sense of mystery. In Austria and Bavaria, villagers once spoke of the small people, subterranean beings who moved silently beneath the earth through the Erdstall. They were said to appear only at night, emerging through hidden holes to collect food or deliver cryptic messages. In Ireland, similar stories exist of the Alsea or the people of the mounds, who live beneath the hills and travel through secret tunnels connecting sacred places. These myths, dismissed as folklore, might actually preserve memories of an ancient civilization that lived, or at least operated, underground. Some of these tunnels also appear to connect directly to ancient religious sites. Beneath the medieval churches of Lower Austria, for instance, archaeologists found Erdstall leading toward the foundations of much older pagan temples. Beneath Chartres Cathedral in France, one of the most sacred Gothic structures in Europe, there lies a labyrinth carved into floor, echoing the pattern of a subterranean tunnel system below. The cathedral itself was built over a pre-Christian shrine dedicated to the Virgin, and possibly even earlier, to an earth goddess associated with caves and the underworld. Could the Christian builders have inherited a much older tradition of worshipping within the earth? The idea that Europe's sacred architecture was built atop prehistoric tunnels is not new. Early Christian monks often sought out ancient pagan sites and repurposed them. The same pattern repeats across the continent. Sacred wells, stone circles, and cathedrals all align with underground features. Some historians have noted that many of these sites are located at points of high telluric energy, the Earth's natural electromagnetic fields. If the Erdstall were intentionally carved along these lines, perhaps their builders understood something modern science is only beginning to rediscover: that the Earth itself hums with energy and certain points amplify it. Further evidence of this connection comes from the island of Britain. Beneath Glastonbury Tor, long associated with Avalon, the mythical resting place of King Arthur, ancient tunnels and chambers have been rumored for centuries. Some researchers believe they were part of a vast druidic network linking sacred hills and stone circles across England. In Cornwall, cave systems connect to coastal cliff sanctuaries, where priests once performed rites to the sea gods. In Scotland, Pictish carvings show spirals, serpents, and doorways, symbols strikingly similar to those found in the hypogeum of Malta and the Mayan underworld caves. The same language of stone appears again and again, whispering of a unified ancient understanding of the Earth's hidden realms. But perhaps the most convincing evidence of a continental network comes from recent discoveries using ground-penetrating radar. In 2015, Researchers in Bavaria detected long, linear voids beneath fields that connected two distant Erdstall, over 3 kilometers apart. Similar findings in France and Hungary suggest that some of these tunnels may extend for miles underground. If true, then the Erdstall are not isolated refuges, but part of an interconnected system stretching across Europe, a network that may have once linked with the great tunnel complexes beneath Egypt and Turkey. Even the design of these European tunnels echoes what has been found elsewhere. The same beehive-shaped chambers, narrow passageways, and symbolic carvings occur in Cappadocia's Derinquiu, in Malta's Hypogeum, and in the ancient tunnels beneath Peru. Each uses geometry that seems to guide energy flow or sound resonance. Could these features be remnants of a shared global technology, one passed down from a lost culture before written history began? The more one examines the placement of these tunnels, the more deliberate it seems. Many line up with star maps, especially with constellations like Orion, the Pleiades, and Draco, all central to ancient mythologies. In some places, like the Erdstall near Steiermark in Austria, the entrances are precisely aligned with the rising sun on the equinox. This celestial precision is not accidental. It suggests the builders saw these subterranean structures as reflections of the heavens, part of the same cosmic architecture found at Giza, Teotihuacan, and Angkor. Another intriguing connection emerges when considering the age of Europe's megalithic monuments. Stone circles such as Stonehenge, Avebury, and Karnak are estimated to be over 5,000 years old, contemporary with Malta's temples and Egypt's pyramids. Could it be that these surface monuments were merely the visible markers of an even older underground network, a system of tunnels used for ritual, communication, or energy transmission? Some esoteric researchers propose that these tunnels function like a vast geophysical web, a network that allowed priests or initiates to travel unseen between distant temples, carrying sacred knowledge or messages across the continent. Adding to the mystery is a recurring symbol of the serpent. In many European cultures, serpents represent knowledge, rebirth, and the underworld. The tunnels themselves often twist and turn like snakes, and some are even carved with serpent-like motifs. The Celts believed that the earth was traversed by dragon lines, invisible currents of energy winding through the landscape. These lines, they said, could be tapped by those who understood them, to heal the land or communicate with the spirit world. The Erdstall, according to this view, were not merely tunnels. They were veins of the earth, conduits for life force, energy, or information. Some of Europe's oldest myths seem to echo this interpretation. The Norse spoke of Yggdrasil, the world tree, whose roots extended deep into the underworld, connecting all realms. Beneath it lay serpents and wells of wisdom, the same imagery found in Celtic, Greek, and even Egyptian lore. Could these myths have encoded real knowledge about the Earth's hidden structures, knowledge passed down from a time when humans literally walked within the planet's living body? There are also tantalizing hints that the builders of these tunnels may have used them to survive cataclysmic events. Geological records show that Europe experienced severe floods and environmental shifts around 10,000 to 12,000 years ago, the same era many cultures describe as the Great Flood. It is possible that some of these tunnels were originally refuges, later repurposed into spiritual sanctuaries or energy conduits. If so, they may be the last surviving traces of an advanced civilization that went underground to endure the chaos on the surface. Today, many Erdstall remain sealed, unexplored, or lost to time. Official archaeology offers little funding or attention to their study, perhaps because their existence challenges the accepted timeline of European prehistory. Yet their silence speaks volumes. When explorers descend into these narrow stone arteries, they report strange sensations, vibrations in rock, shifts in temperature, whispers that seem to echo from nowhere. Some claim to hear low hums, like the resonance of a distant engine. Whether these are natural phenomena or remnants of an ancient technology, they remind us that the earth still hums with memory, and that something within it is waiting to be understood. Taken together, the tunnels beneath Europe, the Erdstall, the catacombs, the labyrinths under cathedrals, paint a picture not of isolated cultures, but a unified system of sacred engineering. It's as though the ancients across continents all participated in the same grand project, to connect the world beneath the surface, mirroring the constellations above, forming a hidden map of power and meaning. And as we move eastward, the mystery deepens. Beyond the Alps, across the Anatolian Plateau, lies the most spectacular underground city ever discovered. A sprawling metropolis that plunges hundreds of feet below the earth, with tunnels wide enough for thousands of people and evidence of technology no one can explain. Our journey now takes us there, to Cappadocia, Turkey, in the lost subterranean realm of Derinkuyu, the city that should not exist, and yet somehow does. Deep beneath the rugged plains of central Turkey lies one of the most extraordinary and perplexing archaeological discoveries ever made, the underground city of Derinkuyu. Hidden beneath the Cappadocian landscape, this vast subterranean metropolis plunges over 280 feet into the earth and once housed an estimated 20,000 to 30,000 people, along with their livestock, food stores, and temples. It is not a series of random caves or natural formations. Derinkuyu is an engineered marvel, a multi-level city carved from solid volcanic rock with ventilation shafts, wells, kitchens, stables, schools, and even massive stone doors designed to seal entire corridors. The scale of its construction defies explanation, not just for the ancient tools supposedly available, but for the sheer sophistication of its design. Official archaeology dates Derinkuyu's creation to around 2,800 years ago, crediting it to the Phrygians or later the Byzantines. Yet, even mainstream scholars admit that the deeper one goes, the older the tunnels appear. The lower levels display signs of extreme age, erosion, mineral buildup, and primitive yet perfect carving, suggesting that the city was expanded over millennia, layer upon layer, by different cultures. Local legends, however, tell a very different story. They claim that Derinkuyu and the dozens of other underground cities in Cappadocia were built by an ancient race, a people who fled beneath the earth to escape a great fire from the sky. The region's geological makeup, soft, easily carved tough rock formed from ancient volcanic ash, certainly made it possible to dig deep. But what's astonishing is the level of planning. The underground complex is organized like a modern city, with vertical shafts for air and water, connecting corridors between levels, and an emergency defense system of enormous rolling stone doors weighing up to half a ton each. These doors could be moved from the inside only, allowing inhabitants to lock themselves away from intruders or disasters on the surface. Every level had a purpose: living quarters, storage areas, wine cellars, religious rooms, and stables. Archaeologists have identified over 600 entrances camouflaged in courtyards and hidden valleys, suggesting that Derinkuyu wasn't an isolated refuge, but part of a much larger network of connected cities. That network is one of the greatest enigmas of all. Using ground-penetrating radar, researchers have found that Derinkuyu links to at least 200 other underground settlements through miles of tunnels running beneath Cappadocia. Some of these tunnels stretch for more than 8 kilometers, connecting Derinkuyu to the nearby underground city of Kaymakli. These are not random burrows. They are straight, deliberately aligned corridors, some wide enough to walk two abreast, and others perfectly circular as though drilled rather than carved. The entire region, hundreds of square miles, may once have been a continuous subterranean complex capable of supporting tens of thousands of people. The obvious question is, who built it and why? If this was simply a wartime refuge, why construct it on such an immense scale, with ventilation systems capable of supporting life for years underground? And how do they ensure clean air and water in a maze stretching hundreds of feet below the surface? The engineering precision rivals that of modern ventilation design. One main shaft, over 180 feet deep, provided oxygen at every level, an accomplishment difficult even with current technology. Even more baffling, the design prevents smoke from fires from accumulating inside, suggesting the builders understood airflow dynamics intimately. Ancient texts and local myths offer clues. The oldest Cappadocian legends describe a time when the sky darkened, the air burned, and the gods retreated beneath the earth. Some interpret this as an allegory for volcanic eruptions or meteor impacts. Others see it as a record of a global cataclysm, perhaps the same event remembered in the flood myths of Mesopotamia and the destruction of Atlantis. According to these stories, survivors took refuge underground, preserving their knowledge and culture until the world above became safe again. Derinkuyu, then, may not have been a simple shelter, but a remnant of a prehistoric civilization survival strategy, a Noah's Ark beneath the ground. Some independent researchers have pointed to evidence that the tunnels may be far older than archaeology admits. They note that the deepest layers show a level of erosion and mineral incrustation consistent with ages far beyond 3,000 years, perhaps as old as 10,000 or even 12,000 years. That timeline would place Durinkuyu's origins near the end of the last ice age, the same era when Göbekli Tepe, located just a few hundred miles away, was constructed. Could both sites have been part of the same civilization, one that anticipated or endured the cataclysm that ended the Pleistocene? The proximity of Göbekli Tepe, the world's oldest known temple complex, to Cappadocia strengthens this theory. Göbekli Tepe's builders carved enormous T-shaped pillars from stone and buried the entire site intentionally around 9,600 BCE. Its precision and scale imply a high degree of social and technological sophistication. If that same culture also engineered Derinkuyu, then our understanding of ancient history must be rewritten completely. The idea that organized, technologically capable societies existed thousands of years before Sumer and Egypt would shatter the conventional timeline of human development. Further linking these sites are the mysterious symbols carved into the walls of both places: serpents, vultures, and geometric patterns resembling stars. In Derinkuyu, some chambers display faint carvings of winged figures or abstract spirals, motifs seen at megalithic sites across the world. These recurring symbols could be remnants of a universal language, or perhaps a system of marking energy points, nodes within a global network of sacred geometry. Just as Malta's hypogeum and Giza's tunnels seem to align with celestial patterns, so too do the Cappadocian cities correspond with constellations visible in the ancient sky. The tunnel's construction method adds another layer of intrigue. The walls show no signs of primitive tools. They are smooth, symmetrical, and consistent, as if the stone had been cut with machinery or softened before shaping. Some engineers have suggested the builders may have used heat or sonic technology to carve through rock, an idea dismissed by mainstream archaeology, but supported by similar evidence at sites in Peru and Egypt. This method could explain how the builders achieved perfectly curved passages and precise air shafts in stone that would otherwise crumble under pressure. Adding to the enigma are the acoustic nodes found in several chambers. When sound is made, a clap, a chant, or a drumbeat, the vibrations travel through the tunnels in a harmonic pattern, amplifying and resonating like an instrument. These acoustics seem intentional, as though the city was tuned to certain frequencies. The effect mirrors what was observed in Malta's hypogeum and the Great Pyramid's chambers. This has led to hypothesis that Derinkuyu may have functioned as more than a refuge, perhaps as a vast subterranean temple designed to harness sound or energy. It's not just Derinkuyu. Across Cappadocia, more than 250 underground cities have been discovered. Kemakli, Ozganak, Tatlarin, and Matsi among them. Each features similar designs, yet they vary in depth and complexity. Some are shallow and narrow, while others, like Derinkuyu, plunge deep into the Earth's crust. They appear to have been part of a coordinated system, built according to a common plan. The sheer number and distribution suggest a large-scale effort that would have required central organization, something beyond the capability of scattered tribal societies. Satellite imaging has revealed that these underground cities align along linear formations stretching from the Black Sea to the Mediterranean, nearly 400 miles apart. The layout corresponds suspiciously with ancient trade and migration routes, suggesting that these tunnels once connected entire regions. In other words, ancient Turkey may have possessed a subterranean transportation network long before recorded history. Some even speculate that these tunnels could have extended under the sea, linking Anatolia to the islands of the Aegean and possibly to Egypt or Crete. Even the name Derinkuyu, meaning deep well, hints at something more symbolic. Wells have long represented portals between worlds, sources of life and wisdom. In many mythologies, the well of knowledge, or the well of souls, lies beneath the earth, guarded by gods or serpents. If we interpret Derinkuyu as a literal manifestation of that archetype, it becomes more than an engineering marvel. It becomes a living myth, a bridge between humanity and the underworld, between survival and transcendence. What's also fascinating is that the tunnels of Derinkuyu seem to match ancient depictions of the underworld itself. In Mesopotamian and Egyptian cosmology, the afterlife was portrayed as a series of descending chambers, each guarded by gates and serpents, exactly like the structure of Derinkuyu. The same pattern appears in Tibetan Buddhist texts describing the inner earth realms, and in Mayan mythology, where the underworlds of Balba is reached through caves and water-filled tunnels. Across cultures, we see the same story. Humanity venturing below the surface to encounter gods, ancestors, or hidden knowledge. Perhaps these myths are not purely symbolic. Perhaps they are memories of real journeys, real places like Derinkuyu, where ancient people descended into the earth for refuge, ritual, or revelation. Today, visitors to Derinkuyu describe a sensation unlike any other. The air grows colder and heavier the deeper one goes. The walls absorb sound, amplifying every breath. Some explorers claim to feel vibrations or hear distant echoes, even when no one else is present. Whether these are natural acoustics or something more mysterious, they remind us that this is not just an archaeological site. It's a living enigma, a breathing monument to a forgotten chapter of humanity. If Derinkuyu truly connects to other underground systems, in Europe, Egypt, and South America, then we may be looking at physical proof of a global civilization that once spanned continents, using tunnels as arteries of travel and communication. A civilization that understood the earth not as dead matter, but as a living being, one they lived within, not upon. As we leave the echoing depths of Derinkuyu, one question remains impossible to ignore. If such advanced underground cities existed in prehistory, how many more remain undiscovered, buried beneath mountains, deserts, and oceans? Our next destination may provide the answer, because far to the east, in the Himalayas, the roof of the world, ancient texts speak of an even greater underground realm, hidden from humanity for millennia, a kingdom of light beneath the mountains, known by many names, Shambhala, Agartha, the inner earth. That is where our journey now leads, into forbidden tunnels of legend and the heart of the planet's most enduring mystery. In the shadow of the towering Himalayas, legends whisper of a hidden kingdom buried deep beneath the mountain range, a place untouched by time, shielded from the chaos of the surface world. This realm is known in Tibetan and Hindu traditions as Shambhala, or in other esoteric traditions, Agartha, a subterranean paradise, said to house an advanced civilization that has guided humanity from beneath the earth for thousands of years. While mainstream historians dismiss these tales as spiritual allegory, explorers, mystics, and even government expeditions throughout the last century have taken the story seriously. The possibility that Shambhala or Agartha might represent not just myth, but a real, physical world beneath our feet has ignited generations of curiosity and fear. The roots of the Shambhala legend stretch back to ancient Sanskrit texts, where it is described as a radiant city located within the earth, a place of eternal light, advanced wisdom, and beings who have mastered both science and spirit. In the Kalachakra Tantra, a sacred Tibetan Buddhist scripture, Shambhala is portrayed as a hidden kingdom ruled by enlightened kings who will one day emerge to restore balance to the world. Its capital, Kalapa, is said to be constructed of crystal and gold, illuminated not by the sun, but by a mysterious inner glow. The inhabitants of Shambhala are described as beings of immense knowledge, keepers of technologies and philosophies lost to the surface. But what if Shambhala is not purely mythical? Ancient and modern sources alike suggest that there may be vast subterranean systems extending beneath the Himalayas, connecting to regions as far as Mongolia, Tibet, and even India. Geological studies confirm that the Himalayas are riddled with natural caverns, fault lines, and massive underground chambers formed over millions of years. These natural features could easily have been expanded by ancient builders, just as Cappadocia's soft volcanic rock was transformed into vast underground cities. Tibetan lamas have long maintained that hidden passageways link the monasteries of the Himalayas with the inner realms of Shambhala, routes that only the spiritually prepared can find. One of the earliest Western mentions of Shambhala came from Nicholas Roerich, a Russian painter, archaeologist, and mystic who led an expedition through Central Asia in the 1920s and 1930s. Roerich claimed that his caravan encountered monks who spoke openly of an underground city of light inhabited by the masters of wisdom. He described sightings of glowing orbs moving through mountain passes, and heard chants of secret mantras meant to call upon the lords of Shambhala. Even more intriguing, Roerich's writings note that these monks refer to Shambhala as a real place, not a symbolic heaven, accessible to those who knew the paths beneath the earth. At nearly the same time, a French occult writer named Alexander Saint-Yves d'Alvedre published works detailing the hidden kingdom of Agartha, a vast subterranean empire with tunnels running beneath all continents. According to St. Eve, the people of Agartha were descendants of a pre-cataclysmic civilization that had retreated underground during the last global catastrophe. They maintained ancient technologies, including anti-gravity devices, energy crystals, and machines capable of manipulating matter itself. The Agarthans, as he called them, supposedly guided human evolution from afar, influencing surface civilizations through secret societies and spiritual teachers. Though these claims were dismissed by academia, they resonated with others, including powerful figures within secret orders and governments. In the early 20th century, German occult researchers and explorers became obsessed with the idea of a hidden underground world. Some of these expeditions reportedly reached Tibet in search of the entrance to Shambhala or Agartha, believing it to be the origin of an ancient master race. Declassified documents later revealed that military interests in subterranean worlds continued through the Cold War, as both American and Soviet scientists studied the possibility of vast underground structures beneath the Himalayas and Central Asia. The idea of a global tunnel system linking Shambhala with other ancient sites is not entirely implausible when one considers the evidence from previous sections, the deep networks beneath Cappadocia, Malta's hypogeum, and even the rumored catacombs beneath the Giza Plateau. If all these sites were once connected, if a civilization before recorded history truly lived within the earth, then Shambhala might represent its capital, the heart of this global system. Many esoteric traditions describe it as such, the energetic center of the planet, where the so-called Earth's grid lines converge. Tibetan lamas speak of 8 sacred mountain entrances to Shambhala, each guarded by powerful spiritual forces. These entrances are said to correspond with specific mountain ranges: Kailash in Tibet, the Altai in Mongolia, and the Kunlun in western China among them. Mount Kailash, revered as the Axis Mundi or pillar of the world, plays a central role in nearly every tradition connected to hidden inner realms. Hindu mythology identifies it as the abode of Lord Shiva, while Buddhist and Jain texts describe it as the gateway to higher planes of existence. What if these myths point not only to a spiritual journey, but also to a literal descent into an underground sanctuary beneath the sacred mountain itself? Modern explorers have made startling discoveries near these locations. In 2017, satellite imagery revealed a massive dome-like cavity beneath the western side of Mount Kailash, a structure that geologists could not easily explain. Some theorized it was a natural formation, while others speculated it might be an ancient, hollowed-out chamber. Local guides have long told stories of singing stones and glowing lights that appear at night near Kailash's base. Pilgrims report strange magnetic sensations, disorientation, and even visions while walking the sacred circumambulation route. Whether caused by natural magnetism or something more mysterious, Kailash's aura of power remains undeniable. The parallels between the Shambhala and Agartha myths and other ancient tales from around the world are too consistent to ignore. In South America, Incan legends speak of Paititi, a golden city hidden in the Andes, accessible only through tunnels guarded by spirits. Native American tribes recount stories of the Ant people who led their ancestors into underground shelters to survive a global fire or flood. In India, the Patala Lokas of the Puranas describe layered worlds beneath the earth, filled with radiant palaces and advanced beings. Even in ancient Egypt, the Duat, the realm of the dead, was imagined as a vast underground world of light and shadow. Everywhere, the same theme repeats: a hidden domain beneath the earth, inhabited by beings of great knowledge and power. What if all these myths are fragments of a single truth? What if they all point to a shared memory of a time when humanity lived in harmony with advanced civilizations that retreated below the surface after a cataclysm? Perhaps Shambhala and Agartha are not singular locations, but interconnected nodes within a planetary network of ancient refuges. If the tunnel systems beneath Turkey, Egypt, and South America share similar architecture and orientation, it may not be coincidence. It could be evidence of a single global engineering effort, an ancient infrastructure built long before our known history began. Even modern science offers curious hints. Studies of the Earth's crust have revealed vast subterranean voids, massive cavities that could fit entire cities, some filled with unknown gases or liquid crystal formations. Seismic anomalies beneath the Himalayas have puzzled geologists for decades, suggesting structures far more regular and dense than natural formations should be. When combined with ancient descriptions of luminous underground realms and tunnels that hum like bees, the implications are staggering. Could those vibrations be real? Remnants of ancient machines still active beneath the Earth's crust? If Shambhala and Agartha are indeed real, then who or what inhabits them now? Esoteric writings claim that the inhabitants are not simply human, but descendants of the first civilization, an antediluvian people who mastered technologies far beyond ours. Some call them the Shining Ones, beings who radiate light from their bodies and communicate telepathically. They are said to possess knowledge of time, energy, and consciousness, knowledge they have carefully guarded until humanity is ready to receive it again. This might explain the recurring theme of teachers or messengers appearing from nowhere in human history, bringing with them sudden leaps in science, philosophy, or spirituality. Throughout the centuries, countless explorers, monks, and mystics have tried to find Shambhala. Some vanished without a trace. Others returned changed, claiming they had glimpsed a city of impossible beauty, where crystal towers emitted a soft golden light and air shimmered with unseen energy. A few even brought back cryptic maps and symbols, similar to those found in ancient tunnel systems across the globe. These artifacts seem to suggest that Shambhala is not a mere figment of imagination, but part of a much larger reality, one that humanity has forgotten, but which continues to influence our evolution from the shadows. As this mystery deepens, one chilling thought lingers. If a civilization truly exists beneath the earth, hidden for millennia, what role might it still play in human affairs today? Are we the surface dwellers of a world ruled by unseen powers, the inheritors of knowledge deliberately concealed until the right moment? Perhaps the stories of Shambhala and Agartha are not ancient myths at all, but subtle warnings, reminders that history runs far deeper than we dare imagine. And as we follow this trail into the depths of the planet, the next question becomes even more startling. Could the tunnels beneath the Himalayas actually connect to those found under the oceans, forming a network that circles the entire globe? If so, then the mystery of the underground world is not confined to ancient Asia, but stretches across continents, linking mountain to desert and land to sea, in a web of forgotten history waiting to be revealed. Across the vast expanse of our planet, beneath the crushing weight of oceans and continents, there are whispers of something extraordinary, an immense network of submarine tunnels that might connect ancient sites separated by thousands of miles of land and sea. The idea seems absurd at first glance, yet as sonar scans, geological anomalies, and ancient maps are studied more closely, a disturbing possibility begins to take shape. What if these tunnels are not natural formations at all, but remnants of an ancient global infrastructure, one that predates recorded history and defies modern engineering? Our oceans cover more than 70% of Earth's surface, and yet less than 20% of the ocean floor has been mapped in high detail. This means a majority of our planet's surface remains more mysterious than the Moon or Mars. And in those uncharted regions, deep beneath continental shelves and mid-ocean ridges, modern sonar imaging has revealed linear depressions, dome-like voids, and vast trench systems that seem too geometric to be natural. These are not random patterns. Some of them form precise alignments between ancient sites on opposite sides of the globe. The idea of undersea tunnels connecting continents, once relegated to myth, now reemerges with new scientific intrigue. Ancient civilizations spoke of these routes long before the invention of submarines or sonar. In Hindu texts, the Nagas, serpent-like beings, were said to inhabit the Patala Loka, a realm deep below the oceans, accessible through underwater passages. Polynesian myths describe the ways of Tangaroa, submerged paths that allowed the god to travel between islands beneath the sea. Similarly, Mayan lore speaks of the roads of the serpent, stone-lined channels extending under the Gulf of Mexico. And perhaps most famously, Plato's account of Atlantis mentions that the great island kingdom had subterranean canals linking its temples and harbors, built with technology so advanced that water could flow in both directions without flooding. In modern times, strange anomalies found on the ocean floor have reignited this ancient narrative. Near the Bimini Islands in the Bahamas, divers discovered in 1968 a perfectly straight formation of massive limestone blocks, dubbed the Bimini Road, lying in shallow water. While skeptics argue it's a natural formation, Others claim it is part of an ancient man-made structure, possibly a collapsed tunnel roof or causeway leading to a larger underwater complex. What makes the Bimini discovery especially fascinating is that it lies precisely where the American psychic Edgar Cayce predicted remnants of Atlantis would be found. Cayce described an underground city of passageways beneath the sea between Bimini and the Yucatan, linking the Americas to a lost civilization destroyed by cataclysm. Further evidence emerges from the Yucatan Peninsula, where hundreds of underwater caves and tunnels known as cenotes lace the limestone beneath the jungle. Many of these cenotes connect to a colossal network of submerged passages. The Sac-Acton system, now recognized as the longest underwater cave system on Earth, stretching over 350 kilometers. When divers mapped it, they discovered artifacts, human remains, and ceremonial offerings dating back more than 12,000 years, exactly the era when the last ice age ended and sea levels rose dramatically. It suggests that these tunnels were once dry, perhaps part of an ancient subterranean network that became submerged as the ocean swallowed the coastal plains. Moving eastward, we find similar underwater formations off the coast of Japan, India, and Cuba. The Yonaguni Monument, discovered off Japan's Ryukyu Islands in the 1980s, appears to be a massive step pyramid cut from solid rock, with straight walls, terraces, and pillars. Marine geologists remain divided. Some say it's natural erosion. Others see undeniable evidence of human workmanship. But what truly stirs curiosity are the long, narrow corridors that extend from the monument, some vanishing into the seabed as if connecting to something deeper. Could Yonaguni be an entrance to a submerged tunnel system, a remnant of a lost civilization drowned by rising seas after the last great cataclysm? In 2001, sonar surveys off the coast of Cuba revealed an even greater mystery, a vast complex of symmetrical structures nearly 2,000 feet below the surface of the Caribbean. The site, often referred to as a Cuban underwater city, contains rectangular stone blocks and pyramid-like shapes spread over several square kilometers. The formations appear connected by long, linear pathways. The discovery team, led by marine engineer Paulina Zalitsky, initially believed they had found the remains of an ancient city, possibly older than the Egyptian pyramids. After their findings gained international attention, access to the area was suddenly restricted, and further exploration was halted. Official explanations describe the structures as natural geological formations, yet no detailed data or imagery were ever released to the public. For many, the silence was telling, suggesting that something far more significant may have been found beneath those waters. Connecting the dots between these sites, Bimini, Yucatan, Cuba, and Yonaguni, reveals something striking. They all align roughly along the edges of what was once the Atlantic landmass during the last ice age. When sea levels were lower, vast portions of the continental shelves were exposed, linking today's islands into a continuous landscape. It is entirely possible that an ancient civilization, flourishing in this now submerged world, constructed a network of tunnels and passageways for transportation, defense, or energy transmission. When the great floods came, much of this infrastructure was swallowed by the sea, leaving only fragments visible today. Even modern oceanography hints that some underwater anomalies might not be natural. In 2019, a joint expedition by Russian and Indian scientists in the Indian Ocean recorded unusual acoustic reverberations coming from deep beneath the seabed, rhythmic, metallic echoes that repeated in precise intervals. The signals were dismissed as seismic noise at first, but further analysis revealed symmetrical patterns inconsistent with natural tectonic processes. These findings eerily mirror the acoustic phenomena observed near ancient cave systems like Derinkuyu and the Hypogea Malta, where sound frequencies resonate at specific harmonic tones. If similar resonances exist under the ocean floor, could they indicate the presence of hollow chambers or tunnels deep below the crust? In addition to sonar and seismic data, there are accounts from deep-sea explorers that defy easy explanation. Several commercial submarine operators in the 1970s and 1980s reported encountering black voids in sonar scans, large hollow zones beneath the seabed, some extending for miles. One retired naval engineer even claimed that certain sonar systems were designed to mask such anomalies to avoid public speculation. Meanwhile, stories from indigenous islanders in the Pacific and Indian Oceans describe breathing holes in the sea, areas where bubbles and sounds emerge from beneath the ocean floor, as if air or steam is being released from hidden passages below. The implications of such a network, if it exists, are staggering. A global system of undersea tunnels could mean that ancient civilizations were capable of global travel long before recorded history, moving beneath the seas while surface dwellers believed the oceans were impassable. It would explain how similar architectural styles, mythologies, and technologies appear in cultures separated by oceans, from the step pyramids of Egypt to the terraced temples of Mesoamerica, from the serpent iconography of India to that of the Andes. If these civilizations were connected through a hidden maritime infrastructure, the entire narrative of isolated cultural evolution collapses. Ancient texts across multiple continents describe beings emerging from the sea to bring knowledge to humanity. The Sumerians told of Oans, a half-man, half-fish who came from the ocean depths to teach agriculture and science. The Dogon tribe of Mali speak of the Namo, aquatic beings who arrived from the waters of Sirius. The Maya revered Kukulkan, the feathered serpent who descended from the sea to bring civilization. These beings may have been mythological, but what if they were the last survivors of an ancient oceanic culture, emerging through undersea tunnels from hidden cities below the waves? Geologists have also discovered freshwater anomalies deep beneath the ocean, vast aquifers of fresh water trapped under layers of salt water, sometimes extending for hundreds of kilometers. These could theoretically sustain life, or even ancient civilizations beneath the seafloor. The presence of oxygen-rich zones and geothermal warmth could make such environments habitable. Modern science has proven that entire ecosystems thrive in the lightless depths around hydrothermal vents. Bacteria, crustaceans, and even complex species that survive without sunlight. If life can flourish there, who's to say that intelligent life, or a remnant human civilization, could not adapt to similar subterranean habitats? What makes this theory even more tantalizing is a potential link between these undersea systems and known continental tunnels. Some researchers propose that the underwater caverns off Japan could connect through the continental crust to the tunnels beneath Tibet, while others suggest that passages beneath the Atlantic could connect with ancient cave systems in Europe or North Africa. Such a network could, in theory, encircle the planet, forming what some call the Earth Grid, a lattice of energy and matter channels connecting ancient power sites across the globe. If these undersea passages are indeed real, then humanity's story is far older and more complex than we've ever imagined. The seas, it seems, may hide not just ruins of lost civilizations, but the arteries of a forgotten world, one that may still pulse with the echoes of its creators. And if we've only explored a fraction of the ocean floor, then what else lies hidden in those dark, silent depths? Could the next great archaeological discovery be waiting not in the sands of Egypt or the mountains of Tibet, but miles beneath the waves, in the cold, eternal silence of the deep? As our journey continues, one thing becomes clear. Every ancient site, every tunnel, every myth of an underground world seems to point toward a single truth, that humanity's history is not a straight line, but a spiral descending deep into the earth itself. And what awaits at the center of that spiral might not just rewrite history, it might redefine what it means to be human. Beneath the burning sand of Egypt, where ancient monuments rise like eternal sentinels to a forgotten age, lies another world, one few have seen and fewer still understand. For centuries, whispers have circulated among explorers, priests, and Egyptologists alike, that a vast underground labyrinth exists beneath the Giza Plateau, a network of tunnels and chambers said to predate the pyramids themselves. According to ancient accounts, this subterranean complex was built not by the pharaohs, but by an older civilization, one that possessed knowledge of the stars, the earth, and perhaps even the mysteries of creation itself. Mainstream archaeology paints Giza as a funerary complex, a tribute to royal vanity and divine order. Yet many who have studied the site closely sense that its true purpose was far deeper, both literally and symbolically. Beneath the Great Pyramid, there are known subterranean chambers, the so-called unfinished room, carved deep into the bedrock, with tunnels branching out into the darkness. But Egyptian texts and the writings of early historians hint that these visible structures are only the surface layer of something far greater, a hidden world beneath the plateau. The Greek historian Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BCE, described visiting Egypt and hearing from priests of a colossal underground labyrinth near Lake Moeris, now the Fayum region. He claimed to contain over 3,000 chambers, adorned with hieroglyphs and reliefs, and said it was a wonder greater than the pyramids themselves. Herodotus was told that this labyrinth connected to underground passages that extended toward Memphis and Giza. Later Greek writers, including Strabo and Pliny the Elder, echoed his descriptions, insisting that these vast halls truly existed, though by their time, many entrances had already been sealed. What makes these accounts so intriguing is that in modern times, evidence has begun to emerge that supports them. In the late 20th century, a team led by Dr. Zihawis and a group of researchers from the Egyptian Supreme Council of Antiquities used ground-penetrating radar, GPR, to survey beneath the Giza Plateau. Their scans revealed numerous anomalies, hollow zones and linear cavities extending for hundreds of meters beneath the sands. Some appear to connect the Sphinx, the Great Pyramid, and the Lesser Pyramids in a vast subsurface web. The results were never fully published, but leaked data from the expedition suggested the presence of multiple chambers far below the known ones, chambers large enough to hold entire halls. One of the most controversial discoveries came from British explorer Andrew Collins, who, in 2008, announced that he had rediscovered a massive tunnel system beneath the Giza Plateau. Following clues from the writings of 19th century Egyptologist Henry Salt and explorer Giovanni Caviglia, Collins located a series of hidden entrances near the Sphinx's northern enclosure wall. With permission to investigate, his team descended into the limestone bedrock, where they found natural caverns and artificial passages leading deeper underground. Collins' findings were later corroborated by photographs, showing what appeared to be man-made tunnels, with perfectly cut walls and strange carvings that predated the dynastic period. According to Collins, these tunnels could extend for miles beneath Giza, possibly connecting to an even larger subterranean complex beneath Saqqara and Abu Sur, both sites associated with Egypt's earliest pyramid builders. The most provocative theory suggests that these tunnels are remnants of a pre-dynastic civilization that survived an ancient cataclysm, perhaps the same event that ended the last ice age. If true, it would mean that the Egyptians inherited, rather than invented, their sacred architecture. This theory gains credibility from the water shaft beneath the Sphinx, known as the Osiris Shaft. Officially rediscovered in the 1990s, it descends more than 100 feet below the surface, ending in a series of chambers connected by vertical shafts. Within these chambers, archaeologists found granite sarcophagi, but no inscriptions or mummies. The lack of hieroglyphs is striking. Dynastic Egyptians inscribed nearly everything sacred. Could the Osiris Shaft, then, belong to an older, non-dynastic people, the so-called followers of Horus, or perhaps even the mythical Shemshor, the semi-divine being said to have ruled Egypt before the pharaohs? Even more astonishing are the claims from early 20th century explorers, such as Valley T. James, who reported rumors from Egyptian locals of a hall of records hidden beneath the Sphinx's paw, a chamber said to contain scrolls, tablets, and devices from Atlantis itself. According to this legend, the chamber holds a complete history of human civilization before the flood, knowledge sealed away until humanity was ready to rediscover it. The American clairvoyant Edgar Cayce famously echoed this claim in the 1930s, prophesying that the Hall of Records would be found between the Sphinx and the Great Pyramid in the late 20th century. Interestingly, when scientists used GPR scans in the 1990s, they did detect an anomalous cavity directly beneath the Sphinx's left paw, though it remains unexplored to this day. The design of the tunnels themselves raises further mysteries. Some passages are wide and straight, while others spiral downward in a pattern resembling energy flow, almost like a circuit. Could these tunnels have served a purpose beyond mere transport or burial? Some engineers believe they may have functioned as part of an energy system, channeling groundwater, resonance, or even electromagnetic forces from the Earth itself. The Great Pyramid, with its internal shafts aligned to celestial bodies, may have been part of the same system, an ancient power network that used harmonic resonance and subterranean currents to generate energy. Supporting this are recent discoveries of acoustic anomalies beneath Giza. When sound is produced in the lower chambers of the Great Pyramid, it resonates at precisely 110 hertz, a frequency known to affect the human brain, and induce altered states of consciousness. Similar resonant frequencies have been detected in underground chambers across the world, Malta's hypogeum, Derinkuyu in Turkey, and the tunnels of Tibet. Could these be the remnants of a global network of harmonic architecture? Sites tuned to the same vibrational frequency, connected by subterranean pathways? Even mainstream archaeologists have struggled to explain why so many Egyptian temples and pyramids are aligned with subterranean features. The Temple of Hathor at Dendera, for instance, contains depictions of strange devices resembling bulbs connected by cords, often interpreted as metaphors for light or power. In the nearby Temple of Abydos, reliefs show advanced machinery-like shapes, eerily similar to helicopters and submarines. While these interpretations are controversial, they raise an uncomfortable question. Were the ancient Egyptians trying to replicate something they had once seen, remnants of a forgotten age when technology and spirituality were one? Modern exploration has done little to diminish the enigma. Access to many underground areas of Giza remains tightly restricted by Egyptian authorities, and photographs or independent research are rarely permitted. Those who have tried to explore without permission report mysterious obstacles, armed guards, sealed entrances, or sudden floods filling once dry shafts. Some even claim that deeper chambers emit unusual electromagnetic readings, interfering with electronic equipment. Whether these are natural effects or evidence of something being deliberately hidden, the pattern is undeniable. Beneath the surface of Giza lies a secret the world is not yet ready to face. But hints of that secret persist in ancient Egyptian mythology. The Book of the Dead and pyramid texts describe the soul's journey through the Duat, a vast subterranean realm divided into 12 chambers, guarded by serpents, spirits, and gates of fire. The Duat was not merely the land of the dead. It was also a cosmic underworld, the inner earth, where gods and mortals could meet. Each level represented both a physical and spiritual descent, mirroring the structure of Giza's tunnels. Could the Egyptians have encoded their literal geography into their sacred texts, turning the underground labyrinth into a symbolic map of the afterlife? The deeper one looks, the more it seems that Giza was never just a burial ground. It was a gateway, a place where heaven and earth, surface and underworld, converged. The tunnels beneath the pyramids may have been built to preserve not bodies, but knowledge, the blueprints of civilization that transcended death itself. Whether the civilization came from Atlantis, or was the work of humanity's forgotten ancestors, the evidence beneath the sands suggests one chilling truth. We are walking above the ruins of an age that mastered secrets we can barely comprehend. And if those tunnels still stretch beyond Giza, connecting other continents, as ancient legends claim, then Egypt was not an isolated miracle, but part of a planet-wide network, a network that might still exist, dormant beneath our feet, waiting for the day we dare to follow it to its end. Because the next stage of our journey leads us even deeper, beyond myth, beyond history, into the most forbidden tunnels of all, those hidden beneath the frozen wastes of Antarctica, where something ancient may still be alive. Far to the south of the known world lies a land of ice and silence, a continent so vast, so untouched, that it has become the perfect canvas for humanity's most astonishing theories. Antarctica, though seemingly barren and lifeless, hides beneath its miles-thick ice sheet a landscape of mountain ranges, freshwater lakes, and labyrinthine tunnels stretching for hundreds of miles. For decades, whispers have persisted that beneath this frozen expanse lies the ultimate key to our planet's forgotten past, and perhaps the final piece in the puzzle of the global cave network connecting ancient sites across the Earth. In the mid-20th century, when radar mapping first penetrated Antarctica's ice, scientists were stunned. Beneath the frigid surface, they discovered vast voids, subglacial lakes, and tunnel systems that defied explanation. One of the most famous of these is Lake Vostok, a massive body of liquid water trapped beneath over 2 miles of ice, sealed off for what could be millions of years. Yet, despite its isolation, satellite scans revealed geometric anomalies along its perimeter, shapes too precise to be natural, suggesting artificial construction. These findings were quietly classified by several scientific agencies, fueling the mystery that something ancient and possibly non-human lies hidden below. The first modern rumors of a hidden civilization beneath Antarctica's surface during World War II were the infamous story of Nazi expeditions to the continent. Declassified documents from Germany's 1938 to 1939 Neuschwabenland expedition describe aircraft mapping parts of Antarctica and allegedly discovering vast cave entrances along the coast of Queen Maud Land. regions where the ice seemed to melt away, revealing open ground and deep tunnels. Some reports claim the Nazis established a hidden base there, codenamed Base 211, within a massive underground cavern warmed by geothermal heat. Though these claims remain unverified, post-war intelligence operations and strange naval missions, like Operation High Jump in 1946, have kept speculation alive for generations. Operation High Jump, led by U.S. Admiral Richard E. Byrd, was one of the largest Antarctic missions ever launched. Over 4,000 men, 13 ships, and dozens of aircraft. Officially, it was a research and mapping mission, but unofficially, its scale and secrecy suggested something far more significant. Byrd himself gave several cryptic statements after returning. In one recorded interview, he warned that the next war will be fought against enemies that can fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds. Many took this as a reference to unidentified flying objects or to an unknown technological force hidden beneath the ice. Shortly after, Operation High Jump's findings were classified, and Byrd's personal logs went missing. Years later, a document surfaced, allegedly Byrd's lost diary, detailing a secret flight over Antarctica in which he encountered a lush, green valley beyond the ice wall, filled with ancient structures and enormous subterranean openings. In the diary, Byrd describes being intercepted by flying discs and taken into the Earth's interior by a highly advanced civilization, one that claimed to have lived there for millennia. Though skeptics dismiss the diary as a hoax, it remains one of the most enduring accounts linking Antarctica to the hollow Earth theory, the idea that our planet contains vast internal realms accessible through polar openings and underground tunnel systems. Beyond conspiracy, modern science has uncovered phenomena that seem to echo these legends. Deep within Antarctica, scientists have found geothermal hotspots capable of sustaining underground liquid water and potentially even life. Thermal imaging has revealed massive subsurface caverns large enough to fit entire cities, some extending for hundreds of kilometers. In 2017, NASA satellites captured images of what appear to be perfectly circular entrances near the Transantarctic Mountains, each nearly 300 feet across. Officially, these are dismissed as natural sinkholes, but their symmetry and depth are hard to ignore. Adding to the intrigue are ancient maps that show Antarctica, long before it was supposedly discovered. The Pyrie Reis map of 1513, drawn from much older sources, depicts Antarctica not as a frozen wasteland, but as an ice-free continent with rivers, mountains, and coastlines remarkably similar to those revealed by modern radar imaging. How could ancient cartographers have known its pre-ice topography unless they had access to ancient knowledge, or unless the continent was once inhabited before the last great cataclysm, when it was ice-free? Geologists know that around 12,000 years ago, the Earth experienced a sudden and dramatic shift in climate, the end of the last ice age. Sea levels rose, continents shifted, and entire civilizations may have been lost. Many theorists believe Antarctica was once part of a habitable region, perhaps even the mythical Atlantis itself. According to this theory, as the planet tilted and the poles moved, Antarctica froze, burying beneath its ice the remains of a once great civilization. The network of tunnels beneath the continent could therefore be remnants of ancient cities, catacombs, and corridors that once connected to global sites, including Egypt, South America, and even Asia. In recent years, multiple whistleblowers, including alleged insiders from the U.S. military and Antarctic research teams, have claimed that expeditions have indeed found ancient structures beneath the ice. Some describe massive metallic objects buried deep underground, resembling ships or advanced machinery. Others speak of giant humanoid remains, perfectly preserved in cryogenic conditions. A few even allege that private corporations have been conducting covert excavations there, guarded by international treaties that prevent public disclosure. While official science calls these stories fabrications, the persistent pattern of restricted zones, sealed data, and silence researchers only deepens public suspicion. The Antarctic Treaty System, signed in 1959 and still in effect today, prohibits military activity and restricts access to large areas of the continent. It also forbids any activity that may disturb the environment, a clause some interpret as a convenient shield for ongoing classified operations. Why would the most powerful nations on Earth collectively agree to keep one of the planet's most resource-rich and strategically valuable regions off limits? What could they possibly be hiding beneath the ice? Connecting the dots across our journey so far, the Antarctic mystery fits too perfectly into the larger global pattern. The cave systems of Turkey's Derinkuyu, the tunnels beneath Egypt's Giza Plateau, the labyrinths under the Andes, and the vast subterranean cities in Asia, all could be fragments of the same prehistoric network. If these tunnels were constructed by an advanced ancient civilization, Antarctica might have been its southern control hub, a place designed to withstand the cataclysms that reshaped the Earth. The freezing of the continent could have sealed its secrets in time, preserving the last untouched vault of human prehistory. And yet, the evidence continues to surface, sometimes literally. Satellite images show massive rectangular patterns emerging from melting ice shelves. Strange electromagnetic anomalies have been recorded over certain regions, with compass readings fluctuating wildly. In one incident in 2018, a U.S. Navy aircraft allegedly vanished from radar over the Antarctic Peninsula, only to reappear 30 minutes later hundreds of miles away, with its crew reporting lost time and blinding light phenomena. These accounts echo the same mysterious energies reported at other ancient sites, places like Stonehenge, Teotihuacan, and Giza, suggesting that these power points and the tunnels that connect them are part of a global grid of energy once harnessed by ancient engineers. But perhaps the most unsettling discovery came from the Willans ice stream, where scientists drilled down nearly a kilometer through ice and encountered a network of liquid water channels extending in all directions. Within these channels, they found microbial life, organisms that adapted to survive without sunlight or surface nutrients, thriving instead on geothermal and chemical energy. If life can exist in such conditions, could something more complex, even intelligent, still dwell within the warmer caverns below? This question touches on a profound possibility that the ancient builders of the global tunnel system may not have vanished at all. Instead, they may have retreated underground, surviving the surface cataclysm and evolving in isolation beneath Antarctica's ice. The legends of inner Earth civilizations, from the Agarthans of Tibetan lore to the Hopis ant people, might all stem from a shared ancestral memory of contact with these subterranean beings. As we approach the modern era, the technology to explore these depths grows ever more advanced, and yet the silence from official sources remains absolute. It's as though someone or something wants the world to forget what lies beneath. But as the ice continues to melt and the planet warms, those secrets will not stay buried forever. Something ancient stirs beneath Antarctica, and when it emerges, it may change everything we think we know about humanity's origins. Because the tunnels we've followed so far, from Turkey to Egypt, from South America to the Arctic, may all converge here, under the frozen veil of the South Pole. The gateway to our planet's oldest mystery might not be in the desert or the jungle, but beneath the ice, where time itself has stood still. And the deeper we dig into these forbidden realms, the closer we come to confronting a truth both awe-inspiring and terrifying, that we are not the first civilization to walk this earth, and perhaps not the only one still living on it. Deep beneath the surface of South America lies one of the most enigmatic and least understood tunnel networks on Earth, a system so vast, so ancient, and so intricately carved that even modern engineers struggle to comprehend its construction. From the jungles of Ecuador to the high plateaus of Peru, and from the desolate Atacama Desert to the hidden valleys of Bolivia, there are countless accounts of subterranean passages linking temples, pyramids, and sacred mountains. These tunnels seem to stretch across entire nations, connecting ancient sites separated by thousands of kilometers, as though some forgotten civilization had once woven the continent together beneath the ground. Local legends across the Andes speak of a world below the world, a hidden realm known to the Quechua and Aymara peoples as Ukupasha, the inner earth. According to ancient cosmology, this realm was inhabited by gods, spirits, and advanced beings who taught humanity the secrets of agriculture, astronomy, and metallurgy. The surface world was merely one layer of existence. The real power and knowledge lay beneath the mountains. As strange as this sounds, physical evidence supports the myth. From the massive underground galleries beneath Cusco to the cave networks of Ecuador's Cueva de los Teos, South America's ancient civilizations appear to have been obsessed with what lay beneath their feet. Perhaps the most famous and controversial of these underground systems is the Cueva de los Teos, located deep in the Amazonian jungle of Ecuador. This mysterious cave system came to global attention in the 1970s, when a series of expeditions uncovered metallic artifacts, precision-cut tunnels, and enormous chambers that seemed far too advanced to have been made by primitive hands. The cave's entrance itself, a 200-foot vertical shaft descending into darkness, feels less like a natural formation and more like an engineered access point. Local shore tribes have long believed that the caves are home to the Teyos, a race of beings who emerged from the earth in ancient times to teach humans sacred knowledge. The story of the Teyos caves took a remarkable turn when an Argentine explorer named Juan Morich claimed in 1969 that he had discovered an underground metal library inside the caverns, a collection of golden plates, metallic books, and engraved tablets containing the lost history of humankind. Morich insisted these artifacts were not Incan or pre-Columbian, but remnants of an antediluvian civilization, possibly the survivors of Atlantis. In 1976, the British Army organized a massive joint expedition to the site, which included none other than Neil Armstrong, the first man to walk on the moon. Though the official report claimed that nothing of great significance was found, several members of the expedition later hinted that portions of the cave were sealed off by locals and that they had only explored a fraction of the system. What they did find, however, was startling enough: long, perfectly smooth corridors cut into solid rock, right-angled intersections, and enormous halls that could only have been carved using advanced tools. The precision was such that some geologists argued it could not have been done with Stone Age implements. Even today, researchers who have managed to enter restricted areas of the Tejo system report walls with mirror-like finishes, floor grooves resembling melted stone, and massive blocks fused together as though by intense heat, signs of technology unknown to ancient humans. Connecting this to broader archaeology, the tunnels beneath Cusco, Ollantaytambo, and Sacsayhuaman seem to belong to the same architectural logic. Beneath the city of Cusco, once a capital of the Incan Empire, lie a series of narrow, twisting passages known locally as chincanas. These tunnels are rumored to stretch for miles, connecting the Temple of the Sun, Coricancha, with distant fortresses like Sacsayhuaman. Spanish chroniclers from the 16th century recorded terrifying stories of explorers who entered the chincanas in search of treasure and never returned. One legend tells of a priest who emerged from another entrance days later, delirious, clutching a golden object, and claiming to have seen a city of light beneath the earth. Modern explorers have confirmed the existence of these tunnels, but have been prevented from fully exploring them. In the 1980s, the Peruvian government sealed many of the entrances after several incidents involving lost spelunkers and unauthorized diggers. However, limited ground-penetrating radar studies revealed that beneath Cusco lies a complex, multi-level structure with chambers, staircases, and shafts descending deep into the bedrock, structures that predate the Inca by thousands of years. Some researchers suggest these could be remnants of the mysterious Viracocha civilization, an advanced people said to have built the megalithic foundations long before the Inca inherited them. The scale and precision of Andean stonework hint at something more than mere human craftsmanship. The polygonal walls of Sacsayhuaman, the monolithic structures at Ollantaytambo, and the intricate tunnels beneath Lake Titicaca all exhibit machining precision comparable to laser cutting. Massive blocks, some weighing over 300 tons, are fitted together without mortar, with joints so tight that a blade of grass cannot pass between them. Geological studies have found vitrified surfaces on some blocks, as if they had been melted and fused at extreme temperatures. What kind of technology could have done this thousands of years ago? According to Andean legend, the god Viracocha descended from the sky after a great flood and taught humanity how to rebuild. He is often depicted as a bearded figure wearing a robe, carrying a staff, eerily similar to depictions of the Mesopotamian Enki or the Egyptian Thoth. Myths say that after teaching humanity, Viracocha retreated into the earth through a sacred doorway, believed to be the portal known as Puerta de Hayumarca, or the Gate of the Gods. This enormous stone doorway, carved into a remote mountainside in southern Peru, appears to serve no functional purpose. It opens onto solid rock. Yet local shamans claim it is an ancient portal, one that once connected the surface world to the inner realm of the gods. In 1996, an explorer named Jose Luis Delgado Mamani reported hearing legends from local elders that this doorway could be activated using a golden disc, once kept in the Temple of the Sun at Cusco. He claimed that when he approached the doorway during a meditation ritual, He felt intense vibrations and briefly saw a tunnel of blue light appear before him. While skeptics dismiss such stories as imagination or folklore, similar descriptions of luminous tunnels, light portals, and vibrating stone are found in ancient sites across the world, from the Egyptian pyramids to the Tibetan monasteries. Could these represent a lost form of resonance technology, where sound and vibration open literal gateways between physical and energetic realms? Adding another layer of mystery are the subterranean tunnels discovered beneath Tiwanaku and Pumapunku, Bolivia's most enigmatic archaeological sites. Long before the rise of the Inca, the builders of Tiwanaku carved precise channels and cavities beneath their temples, possibly for water, sound, or energy flow. The alignment of these underground features corresponds with astronomical markers, suggesting that the ancient engineers understood the interplay between Earth's resonance and celestial cycles. Some researchers now believe that the South American tunnel network may have been designed not only for travel or refuge, but also for planetary energy distribution, part of a global grid connecting power points across continents. The connections become even more compelling when comparing the legends of South America with those from other ancient cultures. The Hopi of North America speak of emerging from underground after a global flood, guided by the ant people who sheltered them in vast caverns. The Maya believed in Xibalba, the underworld of gods accessed through sacred caves. The Aztecs, too, trace their origins to Chicamaztac, the place of 7 caves. Across every culture, the pattern repeats. Humanity's ancestors came from below, not above. Could the South American cave systems be remnants of that same global network, the same one that runs beneath Turkey, Egypt, and perhaps even Antarctica? If so, it means these civilizations were not isolated but connected. Their knowledge shared through underground routes spanning thousands of miles. The idea seems impossible, yet the evidence refuses to fade. Satellite imaging and seismic mapping continue to reveal linear anomalies beneath the Andes, suggesting the existence of long corridors running in perfectly straight lines beneath the mountains, sometimes connecting ancient ruins separated by great distances. As the modern world digs deeper, both literally and metaphorically, into these subterranean enigmas, we are forced to confront the question that underlies this entire investigation. Who built them, and for what purpose? Were these tunnels simply shelters from an ancient cataclysm, or were they part of an intelligent design, a network intended to sustain life and knowledge through cycles of destruction? The clues buried beneath South America suggest both. The caves of Teos, the tunnels beneath Cusco, and the hidden chambers of Tiwanaku all seem to whisper of a civilization that understood the earth not as a dead rock, but as a living organism, one whose veins and arteries run beneath us. They harness its energy, mapped its harmonics, and perhaps even use it to travel between distant places in ways we no longer understand. And if their network once stretched across the continents, connecting the Andes to Egypt, to Turkey, and beyond, then the story of human civilization must be rewritten from the ground up, for what lies beneath South America is not just stone and darkness, it is memory, the memory of a world that once was, preserved in the depths of the earth, waiting for the day when we will finally be ready to hear what it has to say. Beneath the Himalayas, the world's highest and most mysterious mountain range, there lies a legend older than recorded history, whispered by monks, shamans, and explorers alike. It speaks of a hidden kingdom, a luminous realm deep within the earth known as Shambhala. Unlike the mythic paradise of the heavens, Shambhala is said to exist physically beneath the mountains, accessible only through secret tunnels and sacred gateways hidden among the peaks of Tibet, Nepal, and India. For thousands of years, this legend has persisted across cultures, connecting the Eastern mystic traditions to the same ancient subterranean theme found throughout the world. The idea that beneath our surface world lies another, more advanced civilization, guarding the deepest truths of humanity's past. In the ancient Bon religion of Tibet, predating even Buddhism, the underworld was described as a vast network of radiant caverns called Agartha or Agartha, inhabited by the serpent people and great masters who once ruled the surface. When the surface world descended into chaos and war, these beings retreated underground, taking with them sacred technology, ancient texts, and spiritual wisdom. In time, they became mythologized as gods. According to Tibetan scripture, Shambhala was their capital, a subterranean kingdom powered by a central sun that illuminated an entire inner world. These stories sound like fantasy, until one realizes how consistently they mirror similar myths from every corner of the globe. Hindu texts such as the Vishnu Purana and Mahabharata refer to Nagas, serpent-like beings who live in immense underground cities connected by tunnels that span continents. The Nagas are described as advanced, luminous, and capable of traveling between realms. Their subterranean palaces, called Patala, are adorned with jewels that emit light, allowing them to live without the sun. The Mahabharata even describes a human prince named Arjuna who visited this underground world and was gifted advanced knowledge of weaponry and science. The Nagas, much like the Shambhalans, were said to guard forbidden knowledge, a recurring pattern linking Asia's subterranean myths to the global tunnel narrative. In the Buddhist tradition, Shambhala is not merely a legend but a prophecy. Ancient texts predict that in a time of great suffering and moral decay, when humanity has lost its connection to truth, the king of Shambhala will emerge from beneath the earth with an army of enlightened warriors to restore balance. This prophecy, known as the Kalachakra prophecy, has been secretly preserved in monasteries across Tibet and Mongolia. When Western explorers began entering these regions in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, they encountered monks who spoke of Shambhala not as a myth, but as a real, physical place, hidden deep within the mountains and accessible through sacred tunnels guarded by spiritual initiates. One of the most famous of these explorers was Nicholas Roerich, a Russian painter, archaeologist, and mystic who led several expeditions through Central Asia in the 1920s and 1930s. Roerich claimed to have received direct guidance from Tibetan lamas, who spoke openly of Shambhala's existence, describing it as a realm illuminated by a radiant light, powered by an unknown energy source. During his travels, Roerich reported seeing unusual aerial phenomena, glowing discs and lights hovering over the mountains, which the monks told him were vehicles of the Shambhalans. Roerich's journals, still preserved today, describe Shambhala as the true center of the world, linked by tunnels that extend beneath the Himalayas and connect to other ancient sites, including Egypt, Easter Island, and even the Andes. Western interest in Shambhala grew rapidly during this period, especially among secret societies and occult researchers. The Theosophical Society, led by Helena Blavatsky, wrote extensively about the Agartha network, claiming it to be a vast underground civilization inhabited by spiritually evolved beings known as the Masters of the Hidden World. Blavatsky wrote that these masters preserved the ancient wisdom of Atlantis and Lemuria and communicated telepathically with enlightened humans on the surface to guide human evolution. Later, the French mystic Alexander Saint-Yves d'Alvedre published a book titled Mission to Elend in Europe, in which he claimed to have psychically contacted the rulers of Agartha. He described it as a technologically advanced society with electromagnetic vehicles, radiant power sources, and archives of lost human history stored in crystalline structures beneath the Himalayas. Curiously, these esoteric accounts echo physical discoveries from the region. In the 20th century, several archaeological teams reported the existence of subterranean tunnels beneath Tibetan monasteries, some extending for miles into the mountains. Certain lamas even acknowledged their existence, explaining that they were built to connect sacred sites and protect ancient relics during times of invasion. In 1994, a geophysical study near the Mount Kailash region revealed hollow zones and unusual magnetic readings beneath the mountain, suggesting the presence of enormous cavities. Local traditions claim that Mount Kailash is the gateway to Shambhala, and that anyone attempting to climb it without spiritual permission will perish. Indeed, despite numerous attempts, no mountaineer has ever successfully summited Kailash, as if the mountain itself forbids entry. One particularly intriguing connection emerges when examining the Naga tunnels of India and Nepal's cave monasteries. In eastern India's Bihar state, ancient texts mention a tunnel that once connected the Mahabodhi temple, the site of the Buddha's enlightenment, to hidden chambers beneath the Himalayas. Similarly, in Mustang, Nepal, an area known as the Sky Caves contains thousands of man-made caverns carved into sheer cliffs, some of which date back over 3,000 years. Explorers who entered these caves reported not only human remains, but also murals depicting celestial beings descending from the sky and disappearing underground. These recurrent depictions blurred a line between history and mythology, hinting that perhaps the ancient peoples of Asia were recording encounters with real, advanced entities, the same beings later mythologized as gods. Then there are the mysterious Dropa stones, discovered in 1938 in a remote region of the Bayan Mountains on the Chinese-Tibetan border. According to reports, Chinese archaeologists found hundreds of stone discs with spiral inscriptions, buried alongside skeletons of small humanoid beings within large skulls. The inscriptions, when allegedly translated, told the story of a people who came from the stars and sought refuge inside the earth after their craft crashed on the surface. Mainstream science dismissed the discovery as a hoax, but the story refuses to die, perhaps because it aligns too perfectly with the Shambhala and Agartha traditions, beings from another world who took refuge below, blending their technology with humanity's early cultures. The parallels to other subterranean myths are undeniable. The Hopis and people, the Mayans of Balba, the Egyptian Duat, and the Turkish Derinkuyu all describe advanced beings living underground, often following a global disaster. Could be that these myths all describe the same civilization, one that spread across the planet through a network of tunnels and energy pathways long before recorded history. The Himalayas, being one of the most geologically active and magnetically intense regions on Earth, might have served as a natural anchor for such a system, with Shambhala as its central node, the heart of the world's subterranean grid. Modern researchers have detected strange electromagnetic anomalies in the Himalayas, particularly around Mount Kailash and Ladakh. Pilgrims report hearing deep, resonant hums at night, low-frequency vibrations emanating from the earth, as if something enormous and alive stirs beneath the mountains. Seismologists have confirmed that the region produces unexplained microseismic activity not linked to tectonic shifts. Could these vibrations be the remnants of ancient machinery, or something else entirely, perhaps still active, still watching? The myth of Shambhala also carries profound philosophical implications. It suggests that enlightenment, both spiritual and technological, does not come from reaching the heavens, but from journeying inward into the earth itself. The tunnels of Agartha may therefore symbolize a deeper truth, that the path to knowledge requires descent, not ascent, a return to the hidden origins of consciousness buried within both the planet and the human mind. As modern explorers continue to search for tangible evidence, satellite imaging and underground mapping have begun to hint at massive hollow zones beneath the Tibetan Plateau and Central Asia, some stretching hundreds of miles. Whether natural or artificial, these voids coincide eerily with the locations described in ancient texts. The notion of subterranean realm of advanced beings, once dismissed as myth, now finds a strange resonance in the data. If Shambhala truly exists, hidden beneath layers of rock, ice, and secrecy, it may not be a single city but an entire subterranean civilization, part of the same global network that links Turkey, Egypt, South America, and Antarctica. Its tunnels may carry not just stone and metal, but energy, an ancient technology that once unified the earth in ways we are only beginning to rediscover. The deeper we journey into the Himalayas, the more the line between myth and science begins to dissolve. Shambhala might not be a fantasy after all, but a memory, a fragment of humanity's lost connection to the world below. And if the tunnels of the East truly converge with those of the West, then the ancient builders who shaped them must have possessed not only the power to move stone, but the wisdom to move between worlds. Perhaps that is the real secret of Shambhala, not a place of gold or treasure, but a reminder that beneath the ice of Antarctica, beneath the sands of Egypt, and beneath the stone of the Himalayas, the earth itself remembers who we were and what we have forgotten. Beneath the icy desolation of Antarctica, a place once thought to be the most barren and lifeless continent on Earth, lies one of the greatest enigmas of modern exploration. Satellite data, classified military reports, and testimonies from scientists have begun to paint a chilling picture, one suggesting that something ancient, structured, and possibly intelligent may be buried deep under the ice. For centuries, this continent has been wrapped in secrecy, with restricted zones, unexplained anomalies, and sudden silences surrounding its expeditions. But as the ice continues to melt, exposing what has been hidden for millennia, a question echoes louder than ever. What exactly lies beneath Antarctica? And could it be the final node in the global cave system that connects ancient sites around the world? Our story begins with a discovery made not in the modern era, but in the early 19th century, when explorers like James Clark Ross and later Admiral Byrd described massive fissures, openings, and cavernous ice tunnels during their expeditions. Some of these tunnels were so vast that they seemed unnatural, their walls smooth and symmetrical, as if carved or melted by some advanced technology. When Byrd led Operation High Jump in 1946 to 47, officially a scientific expedition, it became one of the largest military operations ever sent to the South Pole, involving 13 ships, 33 aircraft, and over 4,000 men. What exactly they encountered remains classified, but Byrd's later statements and journal entries hinted at something extraordinary. According to excerpts from Byrd's alleged secret diary, which surfaced decades later, he claimed to have flown over an area of Antarctica where the ice abruptly gave way to lush green valleys, warm air, and even signs of advanced infrastructure, towers, domes, and disc-shaped craft. He wrote that he was contacted by beings from the inner world, who warned humanity against nuclear warfare and environmental destruction. Whether authentic or fabricated, Byrd's words triggered decades of speculation linking Antarctica to Agartha, Shambhala, and the global subterranean network of ancient civilizations. In the years following Operation High Jump, the United States and Soviet Union imposed strict limits on Antarctic exploration, culminating in the Antarctic Treaty of 1959, which declared the continent off-limits for any military activity and placed severe restrictions on independent research. Many theorists have suggested that this treaty was not purely environmental, but designed to conceal whatever lies beneath the ice. It is an unusual level of global cooperation, especially during the Cold War, and it remains one of the few international agreements never violated. What could be so important or so dangerous that rival nations agreed to silence? Satellite imaging has since revealed enormous anomalies beneath the ice. The Gambert-Seb mountain range, completely buried under 2 miles of ice, is as large as the Alps and perfectly preserved. But what truly defies explanation are the geometric patterns and rectilinear structures detected in radar scans of the region. In 2016, NASA's Operation Icebridge recorded magnetic anomalies hundreds of miles across, along with vast empty cavities that could easily house entire cities. These voids are not random. They display grid-like formations inconsistent with natural glacial formations. Some scans have shown heat signatures emanating from below the ice, suggesting not only geothermal activity, but possibly active energy sources. In 2018, researchers from the University of Edinburgh announced the discovery of volcanic activity beneath the ice sheet, possibly keeping subsurface water and tunnels warm. But certain heat patterns could not be explained by volcanic causes alone. Around the same time, leaked images and private whistleblower testimonies began to surface online, claiming the existence of massive circular openings at the edges of the continent, large enough for aircraft to enter, though quickly dismissed by authorities as ice sinkholes or optical illusions. Some of these formations appear strikingly engineered, perfectly round and consistent with ancient tunnel entrances found in other regions of the world. The intrigue deepened when scientists detected anomalous radio echoes from below the Antarctic ice, which some researchers interpreted as signals reflecting off metallic or artificial surfaces. NASA publicly stated that these anomalies were geological, but independent researchers believe they could be evidence of subterranean installations, possibly remnants of an ancient civilization, or even a remnant of advanced human or non-human presence predating recorded history. Adding to the mystery, pyramidal formations have been discovered protruding from the snow in Queen Maud Land, an area once mapped by the Nazis in the 1930s during their secret Antarctic expeditions. Photographs clearly show symmetrical, pyramid-shaped mountains that look eerily similar to those in Giza and Mesoamerica. Some geologists insist these are natural nunataks, exposed peaks of mountains poking through the ice, but the alignment, precision, and even orientation of these pyramids have led many to believe they may be remnants of an ancient civilization frozen in time. If true, it could mean that Antarctica was once ice-free, possibly the seat of an advanced culture whose tunnels connected to other parts of the world long before recorded history. The Piri Reis map, drawn in 1513 by the Ottoman admiral of the same name, adds fuel to this theory. The map depicts the coastline of Antarctica without ice, accurately matching modern satellite data of the continent's subglacial topography. How could a 16th century mapmaker have access to such information? Historians argue he copied older charts, possibly from a lost civilization like Atlantis, which, according to Plato, vanished under the sea after a cataclysmic event. Many theorists now believe that the true remnant of Atlantis may lie not beneath the Atlantic Ocean, but under Antarctica's ice sheet, preserved for millennia. Further evidence comes from ice core samples, which reveal that Antarctica may have been temperate as recently as 12,000 years ago, the same time frame in which many global flood myths describe a destruction of great civilizations. Geological studies suggest that the Earth's crust may have shifted suddenly, moving Antarctica from a tropical latitude to its current polar position. If true, entire cities, cave systems, and technologies could be buried beneath the ice, perfectly preserved since the dawn of humanity. Whispers of modern encounters with these subterranean anomalies persist. In the late 1990s, satellite technician Rodney Clough claimed to have intercepted classified images showing vast cavern openings near the South Pole, leading deep into the Earth. In 2001, a team of scientists vanished while exploring a newly discovered subglacial lake beneath the continent, and their findings were never made public. In recent years, high-profile figures such as John Kerry and Patriarch Kirill of Moscow have made mysterious visits to Antarctica, with no public explanation for their presence. What could be so compelling or so secret that such figures would travel to the coldest, most inhospitable place on Earth? Beyond speculation, scientific studies confirm that Antarctica's subsurface environment is shockingly complex. Dozens of subglacial lakes, such as Lake Vostok, lie buried under miles of ice, sealed off for millions of years. When Russian scientists drilled into Lake Vostok in 2012, they discovered microbial life forms unlike any seen elsewhere on Earth, organisms capable of surviving without sunlight, oxygen, or known energy sources. But what caught attention were the unexplained magnetic and acoustic anomalies recorded during the drilling process. Instruments detected what seemed like artificial signals emanating from the depths of the lake. Shortly after these findings, Russia abruptly halted the project, citing logistical reasons. No complete data set was ever released. If we step back and connect the dots, a picture begins to emerge, a pattern that mirrors the global tunnel network explored throughout this series. From the Derinkuyu tunnels of Turkey, to the Mayan underworld of Xibalba, to the Himalayan Shambhala, and now Antarctica, all these regions align along ancient geomagnetic ley lines, forming a planetary grid that appears to follow energetic principles still not understood by modern science. Could it be that the builders of these tunnels used Earth's natural energy fields as pathways, channels that allowed travel, communication, or even resonance across vast distances? If so, Antarctica may well represent the southern anchor point of the system, the final gate to a civilization that once spanned the globe. This hypothesis might explain why modern powers are so desperate to control access to the continent. If advanced technology or ancient archives exist beneath the ice, technology capable of free energy, gravitational manipulation, or communication across dimensions, its discovery could change everything we know about history, science, and even human origin. It could also reveal that humanity's story did not begin on the surface at all, but beneath it. Antarctica may therefore be more than just a frozen wasteland. It may be the final doorway, the ultimate junction in a planetary network of caves and tunnels built by an ancient intelligence. And as the ice melts and the veil lifts, whatever has been hidden for thousands of years is preparing to be seen again. The question is, will we be ready for what emerges from beneath the ice, or will we, as our ancestors once did, look upon forbidden truth and turn away in fear? Far beneath the Andes Mountains of South America, a labyrinth of ancient tunnels, forbidden entrances, and unexplained artifacts tells a story that may link the civilizations of the New World to the global subterranean network described in myths from Tibet to Egypt. The Andes, stretching over 4,000 miles through Chile, Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, and Argentina, are not only the spine of South America, but also the heart of countless ancient mysteries. Within their jagged peaks and shadowy valleys lie whispers of an underworld civilization, vast enough to connect the lost city of Paititi, the sacred temples of Cusco, and even the monumental ruins of Tiwanaku and Pumapunku in Bolivia. For centuries, indigenous peoples of the Andes have spoken of chincanas, vast tunnels and underground pathways that were said to run beneath the ancient Incan capital of Cusco, connecting temples, fortresses, and hidden chambers. The word chincana itself means labyrinth or place where one gets lost, and even today, locals warn travelers not to venture into these passages. Legends tell of explorers who enter the tunnels in search of gold, and never returned, swallowed by the mountain itself. Some stories claim that these tunnels lead to Paititi, the fabled lost city of gold, believed to lie hidden deep within the Peruvian or Bolivian jungle. Others go even further, suggesting that these chincanas connect to a global network of tunnels, extending beneath the Atlantic, linking South America to distant lands such as Egypt and Antarctica. The Spanish conquistadors, upon arriving in the 16th century, were themselves obsessed with these rumors. Chroniclers like Pedro Cieza de Leon and Juan de Betanzos wrote about hearing from the Inca priests that beneath Cusco lay an underground world where the gods resided, filled with treasure and sacred relics. According to their reports, when the Spaniards looted the Temple of the Sun, Coricancha, the Inca priests escaped through underground tunnels carrying golden idols and ancient knowledge. Some of these tunnels were said to stretch for miles, connecting Coricancha to the Sacsayhuaman fortress, a feat of engineering that modern science still cannot fully explain. In the mid-20th century, archaeologists and explorers attempted to rediscover these tunnels. One of the most famous accounts comes from Father Crespi, an Italian priest living in Ecuador during the early 1900s. Father Crespi was gifted thousands of ancient metal plates and artifacts by local tribes who claimed they came from the caves of the ancestors. The collection, known today as the Crespi Collection, included carvings of unknown languages, depictions of celestial beings, and symbols resembling Egyptian and Sumerian iconography. Many of these artifacts mysteriously disappeared after Father Crespi's death, but photographs remain, and they challenge everything we think we know about pre-Columbian history. In 1976, Juan Moritz, an Argentine-Hungarian explorer, claimed to have discovered a vast underground world beneath the Ecuadorian Amazon, the Teos cave system. Moritz stated that he found smooth, metallic tunnels carved with laser-like precision, walls etched with geometric patterns, and a metallic library containing thousands of inscribed gold and silver plates. He described these tunnels as so symmetrical and engineered that no natural process could have formed them. Moritz's claims gained worldwide attention when astronaut Neil Armstrong joined an expedition to Teos Cave in 1976. Officially, Armstrong was there as a symbolic participant, but local rumors suggest that what the team encountered went far beyond ordinary geology. Many members of that expedition never spoke publicly about what they found. The Teos Cave remains one of the most enigmatic locations on Earth. Indigenous Shore elders refer to it as a gateway to the underworld, guarded by ancient beings who dwell below. They say the tunnels extend for hundreds of kilometers, connecting Ecuador to Peru, and possibly to Cusco itself. Some researchers have hypothesized that these tunnels might represent the South American segment of the same global system connecting the Himalayas, the Mediterranean, and Antarctica. Satellite scans have indeed detected vast hollow regions beneath parts of the Andes, some of which align perfectly with the ancient Inca roadways above ground, as if the empire mirrored a hidden world below its feet. Further evidence emerges when examining the megalithic ruins of Tiwanaku and Pumapunku near Lake Titicaca in Bolivia. These sites feature stone blocks weighing hundreds of tons, carved with machine-like precision, and assembled with joints so exact that even a razor blade cannot fit between them. Local legends say these cities were built by the Viracochas, radiant beings who emerged from beneath Lake Titicaca after a great flood destroyed the previous world. According to myth, they taught humanity agriculture, architecture, and astronomy, then returned underground, promising to one day emerge again. This same pattern, divine beings emerging from and retreating into the earth, is found across cultures from the Nagas of India to the ant people of the Hopi. In the sacred traditions of the Andes, the underworld is known as Uku Pasha, one of the three realms of existence, alongside Ke Pasha, the physical world, and Hanan Pasha, the upper world of the gods. Uku Pasha is not viewed as hell or punishment. Rather, it is a realm of origins, where life begins and where knowledge resides. Shamans often enter caves or perform rituals in dark chambers to commune with spirits from Uku Pasha, believing that true wisdom can only be found by descending into the earth. Could it be that these spiritual journeys are remnants of an ancient understanding, that beneath the Andes lies not only symbolic truth, but a literal civilization that predates humanity's recorded history? In 2003, Peruvian researchers from the Cusco Institute of Archaeology reported discovering sealed passages beneath Sacsayhuaman using ground-penetrating radar. These passages led to chambers over 30 meters deep, some of which contained signs of human modification and unexplained magnetic anomalies. When the government attempted to excavate further, the project was abruptly shut down, citing safety concerns. The entrances were sealed, and all access to the lower chambers was prohibited. Locals claim that strange lights and vibrations have been observed at night near the sealed sites, as if the mountain itself were alive. Modern expeditions using LiDAR technology have revealed enormous underground voids beneath parts of Peru and Bolivia, some of which correspond to locations of ancient temples and megalithic structures. These findings support the hypothesis that pre-Incan civilizations possessed advanced geotechnical knowledge, possibly inherited from an earlier, lost culture. Some independent researchers, such as Eric von Daniken, have proposed that these tunnels may have been built by extraterrestrial visitors or by an advanced terrestrial race that survived underground after global cataclysms. The same race perhaps responsible for the pyramids, megaliths, and subterranean cities found around the world. Another layer to this mystery involves the Nazca lines, enormous geoglyphs carved into the desert of southern Peru. Many of these lines converge toward the Andes, and some researchers speculate that they might mark aerial or energetic pathways corresponding to the underground tunnels below. Curiously, several of the most prominent lines align directly with known cave systems and subterranean entrances. Could the Nazca lines have been intended as markers or maps for travelers, either human or non-human, navigating a network beneath the surface? Adding to the enigma are countless indigenous legends that describe sound technology used to move massive stones, open tunnels, and communicate with subterranean beings. The Inca word waka refers to sacred energy centers, often linked to both surface temples and underground passages. Shamans say these wakas resonate with the vibration of the earth, creating harmonics that can open doors between worlds. Indeed, places like Hayumarca, also called the Gate of the Gods, featured giant stone portals carved into cliffs, with legends claiming that initiates could pass through them into the inner world using sacred sound frequencies. As the Andes continue to yield new discoveries, researchers have found traces of liquid mercury and mica-lined tunnels beneath ancient temples, materials also found in the pyramids of Egypt and Teotihuacan, suggesting a shared technological or energetic understanding. These similarities are too consistent to dismiss as coincidence. It is as though these ancient cultures were participating in a global architectural project, each building on a different continent, yet connected through an invisible network of knowledge and tunnels. If this is true, then the Andes may hold not just remnants of one lost civilization, but the central hub of a global network that spanned continents and epochs. The tunnels beneath Cusco, Tiwanaku, and Teos might be the last surviving arteries of a once-living planetary system, one that moved energy, information, and even life itself across the globe. And as we begin to uncover their secrets, we may be standing on the edge of rediscovering something far greater than lost gold or forgotten temples. The truth about who built our world, and how they once walked both above and below it. Perhaps the Chincanas of the Andes were never merely tombs or escape routes. Perhaps they were and still are the veins of the earth, pulsing with an ancient intelligence that connects every sacred site, every legend, every forgotten corner of our history. And if those tunnels indeed extend further south, as some suggest, disappearing beneath the glaciers of Patagonia and emerging again beneath the Antarctic ice, then South America may well hold the missing link in a chain that binds the world's most ancient mysteries together. Deep beneath the sands of Egypt, in the shadows of the pyramids and temples that have captivated humanity for centuries, lies another world, one that few have seen and even fewer dare to speak about. For as long as Egypt has existed, rumors have persisted of a vast network of subterranean chambers, tunnels, and hidden cities stretching beneath the Giza Plateau and beyond. Ancient texts, forbidden excavations, and whispered accounts from early explorers all hint at a secret architecture buried far below the surface, a legacy that may connect Egypt not only to its own past, but to the global cave system that unites sacred sites across continents. The idea that Egypt's true history lies underground is not new. Ancient Egyptian priests described the Duat, an underworld realm through which the soul traveled after death, a place filled with gates, guardians, and rivers of light. In the Book of the Dead and the Amduat, this underworld was portrayed not as a spiritual abstraction, but as a literal domain beneath the earth, with maps, pathways, and coordinates. The pharaohs, obsessed with immortality, sought to master the subterranean realm. Their pyramids and temples were not just tombs but gateways, massive machines designed to bridge the world above and below. In the early 20th century, Egyptologist August Mariette and later Flinders Petrie reported discovering sealed tunnels beneath the Sphinx and the Great Pyramid. These tunnels were rumored to lead to enormous halls filled with ancient records, a place some researchers later called the Hall of Records. According to the legendary clairvoyant Edgar Cayce, the Hall of Records was built by survivors of Atlantis to preserve humanity's lost knowledge, containing scrolls and artifacts detailing our true origins. Cayce predicted that this hall would be discovered beneath the Sphinx before the end of the 20th century. Officially, no such discovery has been acknowledged. Yet in the 1990s, radar scans by teams from the University of Florida and the Egyptian Antiquities Organization revealed anomalous cavities and tunnels beneath the Sphinx enclosure. The response was swift and secretive. Excavations were halted, data was sealed, and the Egyptian government restricted further exploration. Dr. Zahi Hawass, then head of the Supreme Council of Antiquities, publicly denied the existence of hidden chambers, despite the radar images showing otherwise. Whistleblowers later claimed that a joint U.S. Egyptian team had indeed entered an underground chamber and found artifacts of non-Egyptian origin, objects that were immediately confiscated and flown out of the country under military guard. Whatever was discovered under the Sphinx that year remains one of the most carefully guarded archaeological secrets in modern history. But the whispers did not stop there. Beneath the Temple of Hathor at Dendera, French archaeologists discovered crypts and passageways adorned with carvings of what appear to be advanced electrical devices, the famous Dendera light bulbs. Beneath Saqqara, explorers uncovered the Serapeum, a vast underground complex containing massive granite sarcophagi weighing over 70 tons each, carved from single blocks of stone with an impossible level of precision. These chambers were linked by tunnels stretching hundreds of meters underground, yet no one has ever explained how they were constructed or why. Some researchers believe the Serapeum was part of a much larger subterranean system extending toward Giza. The same pattern repeats throughout Egypt. Wherever there is a major temple or pyramid, there are tunnels beneath it, often sealed or ignored. Beneath the Temple of Karnak, ancient texts speak of the Way of the Hidden Ones, a passage said to lead deep into the earth, guarded by initiates of the priesthood. Beneath Abu Sur Abydos in Heliopolis, explorers have reported ventilation shafts, flooded tunnels, and blocked stairways that descend far below the known foundations. In 2017, drone-based ground-penetrating radar detected anomalies beneath the Step Pyramid of Djoser, long, linear voids arranged with mathematical precision. Researchers describe them as architectural corridors, unlike any natural formation. Some of the most intriguing evidence of Egypt's underground world comes from ancient Greek historians who visited the land during its late dynastic periods. Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BCE, described vast underground chambers near Memphis and the pyramids, saying, "There I saw 12 palaces connected by underground passages. They surpass even the pyramids." He called this hidden complex the Labyrinth of Hoera, a place so grand that the words of man are not sufficient to describe it. Later explorers, including Strabo and Pliny the Elder, also wrote of this labyrinth, describing its thousands of chambers decorated with hieroglyphs and statues. Though its surface ruins were rediscovered in the 19th century by Flinders Petrie, ground-penetrating radar in 2008 revealed that massive chambers still exist beneath the site, buried under thick layers of sediment and government-protected land. According to esoteric traditions, the labyrinth was more than an architectural wonder. It was a control center for an ancient global network. Initiates of the mystery schools believe that beneath the labyrinth lay the entrance to an underground world known as Ameni, the Egyptian version of the underworld. In the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, an ancient text attributed to the god of wisdom, Thoth claims, "Beneath the earth I built great chambers, deep in the halls of Ameni, where secrets of power are kept." The text goes on to describe a group of immortal beings, the sons of the morning, who descended from the heavens and retreated beneath the earth after a cataclysm. These same beings, according to Thoth, constructed energy tunnels connecting Egypt to Atlantis, South America, and the lands of the East. Modern scientific data has begun to reveal that the region beneath the Giza Plateau is riddled with anomalous cavities. In 2017, a team of Japanese and French scientists using muon tomography discovered a massive void inside the Great Pyramid, larger than the Grand Gallery and extending dozens of meters in length. While the official explanation remains vague, independent researchers believe this chamber may connect to the same underground tunnel system long rumored to exist. The precision of the pyramid's alignment with both Earth's cardinal points and celestial stars suggests it was designed as part of a planetary energy grid, possibly channeling forces that extend through subterranean conduits across the globe. Even more mysterious are the recurring legends linking Egypt to distant lands through underground routes. In the 1930s, explorers claimed that tunnels beneath Giza extended toward the Red Sea and beyond. In the 1980s, during drainage work in Cairo, workers accidentally broke into an underground passage filled with hieroglyph-covered walls and chambers. The entrance was sealed by the authorities within days. Ancient Arabic manuscripts also describe hidden corridors running beneath the desert and under the sea, connecting the land of Kem, Egypt, to the lands of Punt, East Africa, and beyond. If true, these tunnels could form the African segment of the same global system connecting Egypt to India, the Andes, and Antarctica. Strangely, similar subterranean myths appear in Nubian and Ethiopian traditions. In Ethiopia, the ancient city of Lalibela, famous for its rock-hewn churches, is said to have been built by angels who worked in the night, descending through tunnels that linked Africa to the Holy Land. Some of these passages, according to local lore, continue under the Red Sea and emerge near Egypt's eastern border. This continuity of legend suggests that ancient African civilizations were aware of a larger, unified world beneath their feet. Egyptian creation myths also hint at an underground source of life and knowledge. The god Ta'a, the architect of the world, was said to have shaped reality from the primeval waters beneath the earth. The Nile itself, the river of life, was believed to flow from the underworld, a symbolic reflection of the energy that rises from the hidden realms below. This imagery appears strikingly similar to the concept of Kundalini energy in Hinduism, the coiled serpent power that rises from the base of the spine, just as the sacred knowledge of the earth rises from beneath its surface. In the late 20th century, rumors circulated about secret excavations conducted by foreign military groups under the guise of archaeology. Some alleged that these operations were searching for ancient energy devices, possibly remnants of Atlantean or extraterrestrial technology buried beneath the pyramids. Whether true or not, the extreme secrecy surrounding certain digs at Giza and Dashur raises questions. Why, in a land that thrives on tourism, would authorities restrict access to sites that could redefine human history? What exactly are they protecting or hiding? As the evidence accumulates, one theme becomes undeniable. Egypt's greatest secrets are not above the sand, but beneath it. From the serpent-lined tunnels of Saqqara to the sealed chambers of Giza, everything points to a deeper layer of civilization, one that may have been the origin, not the result, of the surface world we know. Perhaps the pharaohs were not just rulers but guardians, custodians of an inheritance far older than Egypt itself. If the tunnels of Giza truly connect to other continents, they could represent a central junction in a planetary web of ancient knowledge. The pyramids might have functioned as energy amplifiers, directing vibrational frequencies through the Earth's crust to sustain this global network. And if this network still exists, it may hold within it the forgotten memory of the civilization that first built it, a civilization whose heartbeat still echoes beneath the sands, waiting to be rediscovered. Perhaps one day, when the final chamber beneath the Sphinx is opened, humanity will learn that our ancestors were not primitive builders staring at the stars, but interdimensional engineers, bridging world above and below through the language of stone, sound, and energy. When that day comes, Egypt will no longer be just a cradle of civilization. It will be revealed as the gateway to the world beneath. Far below the Andes Mountains, a labyrinth stretches for hundreds, perhaps thousands of miles. In the heart of Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia, explorers and shamans alike have spoken for centuries of a hidden world beneath their feet. A network of tunnels said to predate the Inca, the Olmec, and even the rise of known civilization itself. Among these shadowed passages lies one of the most enigmatic sites in forbidden archaeology, the Teos Cave, or Cueva de los Teos. This mysterious cave system, buried deep in the Amazonian jungle of southeastern Ecuador, is more than just a geological curiosity. It is a place where myth and modern mystery collide, where ancient legends of sky gods and underground libraries seem to echo against the cold, smooth stone walls. The name Teos comes from the oilbirds, nocturnal creatures that dwell within the dark caverns. But the true allure of Teos has nothing to do with birds. It lies in what has been allegedly found within its depths. Indigenous Shure and Achua elders have long claimed that the cave is part of a vast subterranean network built by beings who came from the stars long before the dawn of mankind. They describe enormous metallic doors, polished walls, and chambers filled with strange inscriptions. According to these legends, the tunnels of Teos are not confined to Ecuador. They extend south into Peru and north toward Colombia, linking with other hidden passages beneath the Andes and possibly connecting to ancient underground cities beneath Cuzco, Tiwanaku, and even Nazca. For centuries, these stories were dismissed as local folklore, until the 1960s, when an Argentine explorer named Juan Morich claimed to have entered Teos and discovered something that defied explanation. According to Morich's sworn statement, the cave contained a metallic library, rows of thin gold sheets engraved with unknown symbols and pictographs. He described vast chambers lined with geometrically perfect stone walls, polished as if by machines. These walls, he said, were clearly artificial, not the product of natural erosion. Morich asserted that the library recorded the history of a forgotten civilization, one that predated all known human cultures and perhaps originated from beyond this world. Morich's claims attracted international attention, but it was the involvement of one man that transformed the mystery of Teos into a global obsession: Erich von Däniken, author of Chariots of the Gods. Däniken visited Ecuador and interviewed Morich in 1972, later writing about the cave in his book The Gold of the Gods. In vivid detail, he described descending into the cave and witnessing a massive hall filled with metallic artifacts, statues, and strange machinery. He suggested that the cave system was a repository left by ancient extraterrestrials, preserving the story of their contact with humanity. Däniken's book ignited worldwide fascination and outrage. Scientists denounced his claims as fantasy, while others pointed out that Morich later denied Däniken had ever entered the cave with him. In 1976, a British Ecuadorian expedition sought to investigate the truth once and for all. Among its members was a young Neil Armstrong, the first man to walk on the moon. His participation alone added a layer of intrigue. Why would a former astronaut, one of the most famous men on Earth, join an obscure cave expedition in the Amazon? Officially, the mission aimed to conduct geological and biological surveys. Unofficially, many believed Armstrong wanted to see if there was indeed evidence of ancient technology buried beneath the jungle. The team explored much of the cave system, mapping over 3 kilometers of tunnel. They found carved stone steps, flat floors, and square chambers, features that seemed unnatural. Yet, according to official reports, no metallic library or artifact were recovered. But after the expedition, several researchers hinted that not everything was disclosed. Local guides later testified that certain areas were sealed off, and that foreign officials took sealed containers from the site before closing specific passages. Others claimed that new tunnels, previously known to the shore but hidden from outsiders, led deeper into the earth, to chambers that the 1976 team was never allowed to enter. The secrecy surrounding those final days of the expedition has only fueled decades of speculation. The mystery deepened when new findings emerged in the 1990s and 2000s. Independent explorers who re-entered parts of the Teos system documented massive, flat rock surfaces with perfect right angles and polished walls that appeared to have been machined, not naturally formed. Laser measurements showed mirror-smooth planes and perfectly parallel grooves etched into the rock, patterns inconsistent with known geological processes. Some researchers proposed that these could be remnants of an ancient mining or construction operation, perhaps one designed to harness mineral resources like gold, platinum, or even something more exotic, materials used in high-energy technologies. One of the most striking aspects of the Teos Cave mystery is how it aligns with global myths of underground libraries and subterranean sanctuaries of knowledge. The metallic library that Morich described echoes ancient legends from Tibet's Agartha, India's Patala, and Egypt's Hall of Records beneath the Sphinx. Across continents and cultures, there are tales of hidden repositories where advanced beings stored knowledge to be recovered when humanity was ready. Could Teos be one of these? Could its tunnels connect through the Andes to similar sites in the Himalayas, Africa, or even Antarctica? The indigenous Shure described the cave as an entrance to the world of the serpent. In their cosmology, the serpent is not a symbol of evil but of wisdom, a guardian of the Earth's hidden forces. The serpent tunnels of Teos, they say, connect to the heart of the planet, where the living fire, an intelligent energy, resides. Shamans claim that those who descend deep enough can communicate with beings from the inner realms, the ancient keepers who dwell beyond human perception. It's remarkable how similar this is to ancient myths from other parts of the world. The Nagas of India, the Anunnaki of Mesopotamia, and the children of Thoth in Egypt, all described as serpent or reptilian beings who emerged from underground realms to teach humanity. In recent years, ground-penetrating radar and LiDAR scanning in the Ecuadorian Amazon have revealed anomalous voids near the Teos region, linear structures extending miles underground, with symmetry that suggests intelligent design. A 2018 Ecuadorian geological report confirmed that these anomalies cannot be fully explained as natural caves. Yet no major expedition has been allowed to explore them. The government cites environmental protection, but insiders hint at private contracts with international research groups, possibly involving the retrieval of artifacts or materials from beneath the jungle. Why would such secrecy persist around an underground cave system? Some believe it's because what lies beneath Teos could rewrite human history, evidence of an advanced culture existing tens of thousands of years before the Sumerians or Egyptians. If the metallic library truly exists, it could contain records proving that human civilization did not begin in Mesopotamia, but was part of a global, technologically advanced network destroyed by cataclysm. Others believe the tunnels are remnants of an ancient energy distribution system, channeling electromagnetic or telluric forces through the earth, the same grid that aligns with pyramids, megaliths, and sacred sites worldwide. There's another chilling layer to the mystery. Satellite images of the Andes reveal geometric patterns in the jungle canopy, faint but visible lines that correspond to the layout of the Teos system below. These alignments extend toward Machu Picchu, Ollantaytambo, and even Nazca, forming a web-like structure. Could this indicate that the cave system under Teos is part of the same ancient network connecting sites across South America, and perhaps the world? As researchers continue to debate, the Shure maintain their ancestral warning. Teos is not just a cave. It is a threshold. They say that those who enter without spiritual preparation risk never returning, for the tunnels have guardians, beings who protect the secrets within. To them, the metallic library is not made of gold, but of light, a spiritual archive encoded in frequencies and vibrations that only the pure-hearted can perceive. Whether viewed as myth, legend, or forbidden truth, the Teos cave stands as one of the most compelling pieces in the global puzzle of subterranean civilizations. Its tunnels echo with whispers of an ancient knowledge, one that suggests humanity's origins and destiny are far more mysterious than we've been told. And if the rumors are true, if beneath the jungles of Ecuador lies a gateway that connects to the underworld passages beneath Egypt, Tibet, and even Antarctica, then perhaps we're on the verge of uncovering a truth so profound it could shatter the foundations of history itself. For in the silent depths of Teos, where the darkness seems alive, one can almost feel it, the heartbeat of an ancient intelligence, pulsing from the Earth's core, waiting for the moment humanity is ready to remember. Deep within the heart of Antarctica, beneath miles of ice and silence, lies a riddle that could alter everything we know about our planet's past. For decades, whispers of ancient ruins, massive cave systems, and warm subglacial caverns have fueled speculation that this frozen continent hides a secret legacy, one connecting it to the lost civilizations of Earth's deep prehistory. Scientists officially describe Antarctica as an isolated wasteland of ice, untouched by human hands until recent centuries. But beneath that icy surface, radar imaging restricted expeditions, and leaked reports suggest that something far more complex and far older lies entombed below. The story begins with the discovery of massive subglacial anomalies. In 2001, satellite-based ice-penetrating radar identified enormous voids beneath the ice sheet of Queen Maud Land, regions with stable temperatures far above freezing, hinting at underground geothermal activity. Officially, these are described as subglacial lakes. But alternative researchers argue that their shapes, symmetry, and internal echoes resemble man-made chambers rather than natural formations. Some even appear to be interconnected by long, tunnel-like corridors, stretching for hundreds of miles beneath the ice. One of the most discussed sites is Lake Vostok, a vast subglacial body of water sealed under nearly 4 kilometers of ice. Scientists claim that the lake has been isolated for over 15 million years, untouched by sunlight or air. Yet, when samples were drilled and retrieved, researchers found complex microbial DNA that didn't match any known organism on Earth. Some sequences were so anomalous that geneticists initially thought they were contamination from another planet. Could this unknown life be remnants of a biosphere that predates humanity, or evidence of something still alive beneath the ice, evolving in isolation? The mystery deepened in 2016 when NASA's satellite data revealed a massive hexagonal formation beneath the ice in eastern Antarctica. Measuring nearly 20 miles across, this geometric pattern bore no resemblance to any known natural structure. Within months, access to the surrounding region was restricted, and satellite imagery was blurred. Similar to how classified military sites are obscured, researchers and journalists attempting to visit Queen Maud Land reported sudden flight bans and the relocation of entire research teams. Official explanations were vague: environmental protection, unstable ice, safety protocols. But insiders hinted that military operations had quietly intensified across the continent. What could be so important that it required secrecy at the bottom of the world? One theory suggests that Antarctica is not merely a frozen wasteland, but the buried remnant of an ancient civilization, possibly the one Plato called Atlantis. Long before the last ice age, Antarctica may have been ice-free, its lush valleys home to advanced societies. Maps such as the Pyrie Reis map of 1513 depict the Antarctic coastline accurately, centuries before its official discovery, suggesting that ancient mariners had charted it when it was free of ice. Geological studies support this possibility. Satellite gravimetry has shown mountain ranges, river systems, and structures beneath the ice that match the features of a temperate land. The Nazca Lines, Easter Island, and Pumapunku all align with geodesic paths converging on the Antarctic pole. To some researchers, this is not coincidence, but evidence that these sites were part of a global grid of sacred geometry, with Antarctica at its energetic center. If the planet once hosted a unified network of civilizations, Antarctica could have been at heart, the original capital of a forgotten world. Then there are the reports, dismissed as conspiracy by some, but persistent nonetheless, of massive entrances visible in satellite photos along the Antarctic mountain ranges. Circular openings, nearly 90 feet wide, appear to lead directly into the ice cliffs. Their locations correspond with thermal anomalies and magnetic distortions. Former military pilots stationed in the South Pole have claimed to have seen flying craft entering and leaving these openings, moving in ways no human aircraft could. Could these be remnants of ancient underground hangars, or perhaps access points to the very same global tunnel network that links sacred sites around the world? The Third Reich's Antarctic obsession adds another layer of intrigue. In 1938, Nazi Germany launched the Schwabenland expedition to Queen Maud Land, where they allegedly discovered warm oases in vast subterranean caverns. Officially, the mission was for whaling reconnaissance. Unofficially, documents suggest the Nazis were searching for ancient technology, possibly remnants of a pre-flood civilization. After the war, whispers of a New Berlin base, Base 211, circulated among intelligence circles. Some claim that high-ranking officials escaped there, protected by the ice. Decades later, Operation High Jump, a U.S. naval expedition led by Admiral Richard Byrd in 1946, was abruptly cut short after mysterious encounters. Byrd later described facing flying discs emerging from the water with capabilities far beyond known aircraft. His post-expedition interviews hinted at a new enemy that can fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds. Mainstream historians dismiss these accounts as wartime myth-making. Yet declassified documents confirm that Byrd's mission suffered significant casualties, and that his reports were indeed classified for decades. Whether Byrd truly encountered something non-human or simply stumbled upon advanced technology hidden beneath the ice remains a matter of fierce debate. But one thing is certain: Antarctica holds something worth hiding. In recent years, anomalous heat signatures have been recorded deep beneath the ice near the Ross Ice Shelf. hundreds of miles from known volcanic zones. Satellite thermal imaging detected circular warm zones, each several miles wide, radiating heat at levels inconsistent with natural geology. The patterns formed a geometric array, a triangular configuration aligned with true north. To some, this indicates active energy sources, possibly remnants of an ancient power system. Could these heat zones be reactors, or something even more advanced? Perhaps the very energy nodes that once powered the global cave network connecting civilizations? In 2018, a group of independent researchers analyzing seismic data reported rhythmic vibrations emanating from deep beneath the Antarctic crust. Pulsations that repeated every 17 minutes, identical across hundreds of miles. Scientists attributed it to ice movement, but the signal's consistency and precision raised eyebrows. Some claimed the vibrations were artificial, the hum of a massive subterranean mechanism still functioning beneath the ice. If true, it could mean Antarctica is not merely hiding ruins, but a living machine, still operational after tens of thousands of years. The forbidden archaeology of Antarctica takes an even stranger turn when viewed alongside ancient myths. Cultures around the world speak of a polar homeland, a sacred land of eternal light that sank beneath the waves or was buried by ice. The Sumerians called it Dilmun, the Greeks Hyperborea, and in Norse tradition was Thule, a radiant paradise at the top of the world. Many esoteric traditions describe the poles as gateways to the inner earth, where the elder race or watchers reside, beings who survived cataclysms and now oversee humanity from below. Could Antarctica be the southern counterpart of this legend, concealing the entrance to the underworld known as Agartha? Ancient Tibetan texts describe two major portals to Agartha, one in the Himalayas and another beyond the southern ice. According to Shambhala prophecies, when humanity nears its greatest crisis, the hidden kingdom will open once more, revealing the ancient wisdom of the underworld. The parallels between these prophecies and modern discoveries beneath Antarctica are uncanny. Perhaps what we are witnessing is not a new revelation, but the slow resurfacing of an ancient truth, the rebirth of knowledge buried beneath the ice long ago. Even modern scientific expeditions have faced inexplicable phenomena. Magnetic compasses malfunction, GPS readings distort, and some drones lose communication near certain coordinates. In 2020, a joint Russian-American drilling project was suddenly halted after drilling equipment struck what was described as a metallic layer at a depth of 2,200 meters. No official explanation followed, and the project's data remains classified. The question is unavoidable. What kind of metallic structure exists miles beneath a continent that should be composed only of rock and ice? Perhaps the most chilling idea is that Antarctica's secrets are not entirely ancient. Some whistleblowers from classified military programs have claimed that non-human intelligences currently operate beneath the ice, beings who have been here longer than humanity, using the frozen continent as a base of observation or refuge. Whether these stories are truth, myth, or deliberate misinformation is uncertain, but their consistency across decades, across witnesses, cannot be ignored. If we consider all of this, the tunnels, the heat anomalies, the hexagonal structures, and the report of ancient ruins, a pattern begins to emerge. Antarctica may be the final link in the great subterranean chain, the southern anchor of the cave system that stretches across the globe. From the catacombs of Egypt to the tunnels beneath Tibet, from the labyrinths under the Andes to the crystal caverns of North America, everything converges here, at the frozen end of the world. Perhaps this is why access to the continent is so heavily restricted. Perhaps the world's powers already know what lies beneath, an ancient infrastructure, still humming with the energy of a forgotten age. If humanity were to rediscover what sleeps under the Antarctic ice, it could upend everything, our understanding of history, technology, and even life itself. For now, the secret remains buried under miles of ice, silent, waiting. But ice melts, and when it does, the white veil of Antarctica may finally lift to reveal the truth buried beneath the coldest place on Earth, that our planet is not what we think it is, and that somewhere below the frozen wasteland, something ancient still remembers. High in the Himalayan plateau, where the air is thin and the sky burns with eternal blue, lies one of the most enigmatic legends in human history, Shambhala, the hidden kingdom of light. It is said to exist between worlds, concealed by mountains, visible only to those who possess a pure heart and awakened consciousness. For centuries, Tibetan monks and mystics have spoken of the secret land not as metaphor, but as reality, a physical and spiritual domain accessible through the vast tunnel systems that honeycomb the earth beneath the Himalayas. Ancient texts such as the Kalachakra Tantra, guarded by Tibetan lamas, describe Shambhala as a realm of unimaginable beauty, filled with radiant beings who preserve ancient wisdom from a forgotten age. These writings refer to it as the center of the world, a place where divine kings once ruled, and where a great cosmic energy still flows beneath the mountains. Some interpretations suggest that Shambhala is not a mythical utopia, but the nerve center of an ancient global network, a subterranean civilization connected through tunnels extending far beyond Asia. Modern discoveries lend startling support to these ancient accounts. Deep within the Himalayan ranges, scientists have found caverns stretching for miles, their walls unnaturally smooth, as though carved by technology, not by time. Explorers report finding geometric patterns etched into the stone, some resembling Sanskrit mandalas, others matching Mayan and Egyptian iconography. How could symbols separated by continents and millennia appear together, buried within Himalayan rock? Seismic data adds to the mystery. In 2018, researchers detected low-frequency vibrations emanating from beneath the Tibetan plateau, repeating in rhythmic pulses every 26 hours. These signals were too regular to be natural, and curiously synchronized with vibrations recorded beneath other ancient sites, including Giza and the Andes. Tibetan monks, when told of the findings, were unsurprised. That is the heartbeat of Shambhala. One said, "It calls when the earth is ready." Local legends describe secret tunnels extending from sacred monasteries like Lhasa, Mount Kailash, and Tholing. Tunnels said to reach all the way to India, Mongolia, and even the Gobi Desert. Pilgrims speak of hidden doors that open only during certain celestial alignments, revealing stairways that descend deep into the earth. The entrance to Shambhala, according to prophecy, lies hidden in one of these mountain passes. But only the enlightened can find it. Mount Kailash, revered as the Axis Mundi or center of the world, is said to be the surface marker of this entrance. Tibetan scriptures claim that within the mountain lies a vast hollow chamber of light, where the lords of Shambhala once gathered to watch over humanity. Intriguingly, modern satellite scans show strange circular anomalies around Kailash, concentric rings that appear to mark a subterranean structure beneath the peak. Even in modern times, the legend refuses to fade. In the 1920s, Russian explorer Nicholas Roerich claimed to have encountered lamas who spoke openly of Shambhala as a real place, a vast city hidden below the mountains, connected by luminous tunnels. Roerich's paintings, inspired by his travels, depict radiant pathways glowing beneath Himalayan peaks. Later, during World War II, Nazi occult researchers allegedly sought Shambhala, believing it to be the last refuge of an ancient race possessing supernatural power. Some researchers believe that Shambhala represents the last surviving center of the Agartha network, the ancient subterranean civilization that once spanned the globe. If true, then beneath the Himalayas may lie the central hub of the planetary cave system, the origin point from which the tunnels of Egypt, the Andes, and even Antarctica extend. For those who believe, Shambhala is not lost. It is hidden in plain sight, concealed by the natural camouflage of the Himalayas and the frequency of the earth itself. Some say its gates will open again only when humanity reaches a higher consciousness, when war and greed no longer blind the surface world. Until then, it remains the beating heart of the underground world, glowing quietly beneath the snow and stone, guarding the wisdom of a civilization far older and perhaps far wiser than our own. Beneath the frozen silence of Antarctica, something ancient sleeps. Scientists have discovered massive subglacial structures, rectangular formations and tunnels stretching for miles beneath the ice. Officially described as geological anomalies, their symmetry tells another story. Declassified post-war documents reveal that the Nazis believed Antarctica hid an entrance to Agartha, the fabled underworld of advanced beings. Expeditions in the 1930s reportedly located warm water, lakes beneath the ice, and strange metallic artifacts. After the war, Operation High Jump sent a vast U.S. Naval fleet south. Officially a research mission, it ended abruptly after mysterious, aerial attacks were reported. Modern radar confirms enormous voids beneath the surface, some emitting faint electromagnetic signals. Could these be remnants of ancient cities or active bases? The region's restricted access fuels speculation that Antarctica hides the southern gateway to the planet's subterranean system. Perhaps the ice is not just concealing a geological secret, but protecting humanity from rediscovering its own origins. A civilization buried deep, waiting for the right time to awaken. The Amazon rainforest, dense and impenetrable, may hold one of the greatest keys to Earth's hidden past. Indigenous legends tell of underground kingdoms and serpent roads connecting ancient temples. British explorer Percy Fawcett vanished in 1925 while seeking the lost city of Z, describing tunnels that breathe with the Earth's pulse. Centuries later, explorers rediscovered these same locations, the Teos Caves of Ecuador, containing chambers carved with precision and symbols no known culture could produce. Neil Armstrong himself led a secretive expedition there in 1976. No official report was ever released. Modern LiDAR technology has revealed massive geometric layouts beneath the Amazon canopy, perfectly aligned with natural cave systems. These suggest a buried civilization that understood geometry, astronomy, and energy far beyond its time. If these tunnels stretch from the Andes to the Atlantic, they may be part of the global network connecting ancient sites across the world. The Amazon, then, is not just a jungle. It's a living veil, hiding the heart of an underground civilization still whispering through the soil. Deep beneath the world's surface, scientists and explorers have begun detecting strange anomalies, signals and structures that defy conventional explanation. Across continents, from Antarctica to Asia, satellite scans and ground-penetrating radar reveal hollow zones and geometric cavities hidden miles below the crust. These aren't random voids. Their symmetry and alignment with ancient sacred sites suggest intelligence, precision, and purpose. In 2018, researchers in Antarctica discovered vast subglacial chambers large enough to house entire cities. At the same time, seismic data from the Bet and the Andes detected rhythmic pulses, repeating at exact intervals. Many dismiss these as natural vibrations, yet their perfect synchronization across continents remains unexplained. Ancient myths describe these same regions as entrances to the inner Earth. Could it be that what was once called myth was, in fact, knowledge, distorted by time but rooted in truth? Modern evidence hints at something profound, a global network beneath our feet, not entirely dead but dormant, perhaps still resonating with the same frequencies once harnessed by our ancestors. If this is true, then Earth's hidden world may not just be a relic of history. It may be alive, waiting to be rediscovered. Across ancient texts and carvings, a single symbol recurs, the serpent. It winds through temples, myths, and subterranean lore, representing both knowledge and concealment. In the context of the global cave system, the serpent might not just be symbolic. It could represent the physical reality of the Earth's underground arteries, a planetary network winding beneath mountains and oceans. From the feathered serpent of the Maya to the Naga of India and the Quetzalcoatl of Mesoamerica, these beings are said to travel through tunnels of light beneath the ground. Ancient maps and star alignments even trace these serpent paths across continents. Modern LiDAR and seismographic data now reveal tunnel-like formations that astonishingly follow these same mythic routes. In the Andes, for example, the Teos caves stretch in patterns resembling the Milky Way, a mirror between the heavens above and the labyrinths below. Were these structures created to reflect cosmic order on Earth, or to channel energy between the worlds? Whatever the truth, it seems our ancestors built not at random, but with an awareness of something we're only beginning to rediscover, that the Earth itself may be a living serpent, and these tunnels its veins of power. Modern discoveries increasingly blur the line between myth and science. Researchers using electromagnetic resonance imaging have detected strange energy signatures deep within the planet. Rhythmic, sustained vibrations unlike typical seismic waves. They seem almost technological. In the 1990s, NASA satellites recorded low-frequency hums emanating from regions aligned with ancient civilizations, the Giza Plateau, the Yucatan, and the Himalayas. These pulses occur in patterns that some physicists describe as structured sound. Could this be the same resonance the ancients called the music of the earth? Ancient temples, especially those built above cave systems, seem to amplify these frequencies. The Great Pyramid, Machu Picchu, and Angkor would all produce measurable acoustic harmonics that align with planetary vibrations. It's as if these sites were designed to interact with the Earth's internal energy field. If the global cave network once transmitted or stored such energy, it might explain how early civilizations achieved feats of engineering that defy logic even today. Perhaps they weren't using magic, but tapping into the natural, rhythmic power of the planet itself. Legends from across the world speak of those who vanished beneath the earth, and of those who emerged. Modern disappearances in cave regions echo these stories in unsettling ways. In 2007, satellite imagery over the Amazon recorded sudden sinkholes that appeared, then closed within months, leaving behind no trace. Expeditions sent into such sites often returned empty-handed, reporting strange magnetic interference and equipment failure. Locals speak of the hum beneath the ground, an ever-present vibration that grows louder near these entrances. Some suggest these disturbances are geological. Others believe they are warnings, signs of a living system beneath the surface, responding to human intrusion. The parallel with ancient myths is haunting. Civilizations that entered the earth during cataclysms, guided by those who lived below. Could these modern vanishings be linked to the same network once used by ancient peoples? Perhaps what lies below is not abandoned but guarded, the entrances shifting with the living rhythm of the earth. The hum, the light, the silence, all could be the echo of a realm we are not meant to reach, at least not yet. Since the mid-20th century, governments have constructed vast underground facilities, officially for defense, yet often the same areas linked to ancient myths. Known as deep underground military bases, DUMBs, these complexes exist beneath mountains, deserts, and even national parks. Some researchers believe these modern tunnels intersect with far older passages, remnants of the ancient global network. Reports from insiders describe walls of glass-like rock, as if melted smooth by extreme heat, identical to the vitrified tunnels found beneath ancient sites worldwide. Could today's technology simply be rediscovering what the ancients once mastered? Global alignment maps show curious overlaps between dumb networks and ley lines, mirroring the placement of megalithic monuments. Is this coincidence or continuation? Perhaps modern powers are not only exploring these tunnels, but also attempting to reactivate what lies beneath, the planetary grid that once connected civilizations and powered their monuments. The secrecy surrounding these operations suggests that what they found may not just rewrite history, it may redefine it entirely. What if the story of humanity did not begin on the surface at all? What if we are merely the latest inheritors of civilization that once thrived beneath the ground, a world that built the tunnels, temples, and resonant chambers we now struggle to understand? Across every culture, from the Inca to the Egyptians, the same truth endures. The gods came from below, the knowledge rose from the depths, and the earth itself was sacred and alive. Science now begins to confirm what myth has preserved, that beneath us lies a vast, interconnected realm, older than time, waiting to be found. Whether this network was built by our ancestors, other beings, or by the earth herself, its purpose remains the same, to remind us that we are connected to something far greater than ourselves. The caves are not just stone. They are memory, the heartbeat of a living planet. One day, humanity will open those gates again, not with machines or greed, but with understanding. And when we do, we may finally realize that the world we know is only half the story. The other half, the forgotten half, lies in the darkness below, where history began and where perhaps it will begin again.